Call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Engler,
Here.
Councilmember Newman,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam,
Here.
and Mayor McNamee.
Here. Let's turn this over to our City Attorney, Tracy Noonan. Tracy, it's yours.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee. We have 4 closed sessions tonight. First one is pending litigation, Sanchez versus City of Thousand Oaks, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. The next 2 are anticipated litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. And then the final one is initiation of litigation, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Thank you. And we are going to go into closed session, and when we return at 6 o'clock, we'll get a report from you at that time. So until then, we'll be back at 6 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Newman,
Here.
Councilmember Engler,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam,
Here.
and Mayor McNamee.
Here. I'd like to turn the meeting over to Tracy Noonan for a report of the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor McNamee. I do have a public announcement to make. The City Council unanimously authorized initiation of litigation. Specifics related to the subject matter and litigation parties will be available to the public after litigation is initiated and service of process is completed. And those are all the announcements I have for tonight.
Thank you. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What we're going to do in the sense of expedience, we're going to move items 13A and B for fiscal year 23-24 community sports grant recommendations and city investment review to the calendar to report to be moved up to be heard following the consent calendar. I'm very happy to say that we have a special presentation today. I'd like to invite Vivian Vasquez with the Economic Development Collaborative and Bill Simons with the Broadband Consortium of the Pacific Coast to the podium for tonight's special presentation. Bill, Vivian, it's all yours.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present on this project. I'm Vivian Vasquez. I'm here with Dr. Bill Simmons, and we are working on the broadband strategic plan for Ventura County, and specifically have been working with your city regarding the broadband strategic plan. So we wanted to give a brief informational update about the timeline for this plan, the activities, just to keep you up to date on that. So just to briefly go over what I'll be sharing with you, we're going to give a little bit of context as to why broadband is so important, as you all know, and to talk a little bit about the activities that we expect to be doing over the next 6 or 7 months, what that timeline looks like, and what the outcomes expected are for your city and the county, and for your consideration. I think I went a little too fast. All right. As you all know, during COVID, it became even more important for internet and broadband to be readily available, especially for employment, for healthcare, connectivity, and for so many other reasons. And so because of that, there's both federal and state money that came down to expand broadband. And part of that was SB 156, which gave financial support to each of the local areas in California, the Local Area Technical Assistance Grant, LATA, which has funded us to be able to do this work. As part of our work, we have already started convening a municipal working group in the area, and we have Dusty Russell from your city who has been representing you all in that. And we have been bringing together that group to talk about what the assets are in our area, how we can work together to apply for additional funding for broadband, and how we can also do more data collection around what the actual internet connectivity and broadband speed is that people are experiencing in Thousand Oaks on the ground. So we'll be working with your city and hoping to have your support in doing some outreach around speed testing and getting that to be able to validate and see what the priority areas are for expanding broadband. In terms of the timeline, we've already started working with the working group and bringing together those community partners as well as your city. And so we were planning to start thinking about speed testing and community surveys going out at the beginning of next year, concluding in the second quarter of next year with a strategic plan for the region. And part of that will include a several-page pullout of the city of Thousand Oaks, what your story has been with broadband, and what some of the opportunities are moving forward. In terms of outcomes, what we hope we'll be able to offer you as a city is understanding the strategy behind how broadband can be expanded and deepened in your city, also providing several GIS mapping tools to be able to look at what the priorities areas are in terms of underserved in broadband, and also thinking about how that will help inform your plans for broadband. In terms of what we're asking, we're not asking for anything in terms of financial support or money. We're just asking for continued communication and participation in the broadband project. And we hope that this will tee you all up for a lot of federal and state funding that's coming in the next year or two surrounding broadband. And that's it from us. Are there any questions?
Council members, any questions? No questions? Thank you so much for the good work you do in bringing information to our public. Thank you so much. Big hand for them. We're moving into the public comment section. Madam Clerk?
This is the time and place for public comments. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. One individual has requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. We're looking for our public comments. This is the general public comments that are not related to anything on the agendized items. If you have an agendized item that you would like to discuss, please, we can do that at the time where it's appropriate for that particular agenda item. So with that, 3 minutes for the public comment here, Karen Wilburn. And after that, you said we have 1 or 2?
I'm sorry, I misspoke, 2.
2, okay. And then after that, we have Gary Hartung. Gary, if you could have a seat behind the speaker there so we can call you up right away.
Good evening, council members. My name is Karen Wilburn, and I'm a resident of Newbury Park. I'd like to review some comments I presented at a 2021 Planning Commission meeting. I'm here tonight to speak about transparency during public comments. I've been opposed to the Borchard parcel. In April 2021, during a planning meeting, a speaker spoke out against me, naming me by my full name. In May 2021, the same speaker spoke at a council meeting describing how she had to go out of town for meetups with her friends. This speaker, who goes by a different last name, was the wife of the owner of the Borchard parcel. At another planning meeting, a VP of architecture at Caruso spoke in favor of the Lakes project. The president of a local PR firm who does work for TOBA, who supports this development, also spoke in favor. In the supplemental packet for the Caruso project, there were 2 letters from a husband and wife in favor of the Lakes development. The husband owned AFC Real Estate, is a longtime friend of Caruso, and acted as his exclusive leasing agent. He was even the president of the Grove. His wife, in her letter, stated that they found it impossible to find an affordable home to rent for their kids. It turns out they live in a 9,000 square foot Lake Sherwood home, so I doubt affordability is an issue for their family. The common thread here is all of these people spoke as if they're just another Thousand Oaks resident, without disclosing these affiliations. As residents of Thousand Oaks, they certainly have the right to speak. However, they should be required to disclose any conflict or affiliation they might have. This should apply to anyone who will benefit financially or has ties to developers. This would include realtors, PR firms, chamber members, paid speakers, family members, and employees of developers. Normal citizens are usually pretty open about their motivations to speak. I would ask that during this evening's meeting, you ask speakers to disclose any potential conflict or affiliation they might have so we can keep transparency on both sides of the dais tonight. Thank you.
Next up, I have a request of the audience, is that in order for us to get out of here before 2 a.m., I appreciate the applause or the enthusiasm you have here. One of the strengths of this wonderful city is that we take care of our families, we look after our neighbors, and we care about our community. By all of you being here, you show that you care about our community, and we thank you for that. Please hold your applause if you agree with the speaker or not. It's one that we will get through this much faster, but the applause really doesn't lend much to influencing this council. Next up, we have Gary Hartung. Gary, you've got 3 minutes, and by the way, I will at 15 seconds quietly say 15 seconds so you can close up finish up your remarks. Gary, you have 3 minutes. Proceed when you're ready.
Okay. I really don't know much about this general plan, except for one I've read in the paper, but I think the residents of Thousand Oaks should vote on it. Every person should have the right to vote on it, not just the city council. Secondly, I'm a member of the LA Fitness Gym over here in Newbury Park. I've been there for almost 2 years. When I get on the Stairmaster, many of the audio components are broken. When I work out on the Stairmaster, I like to listen to the news shows and be informed. I have repeatedly told the managers over there for over a year to fix the problem. They have refused to do it. I would appreciate somebody from the city council here or city manager's office contacting the gym over there and have them fix the problem. Thank you.
Next up, we've got, move forward with our consent calendar. I believe, Madam Clerk, that's all the speakers we have. We'll move forward with our consent calendar. Any questions or any items to be pulled from consent calendar? None? Okay, we'll move forward with that. Any speakers we have, Madam Clerk, regarding consent calendar? None? Okay. So may I have a motion for consent calendar, please?
Move the balance of the consent calendar.
Take your pick. You've got Mr. Newman, you've got Mr. We'll do Mr. Engler because he was the one who verbalized. Mr. Engler made the motion. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0, and I have 2 ordinance titles to read.
Yes.
Ordinance certifying final environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and amending Thousand Oaks Municipal Code relating to official zoning map by changing zoning classification of a portion of property located at 225 North Moore Park Road, zone change Z-2021-70997, ordinance number 1722-NS, and ordinance amending section 1-13.03 of Municipal Code regarding campaign contribution limitations, ordinance number 1723-NS.
Thank you. Nicely done. We'll move to 13A as we move those up on the agenda item. We are going to look at 13A fiscal year 23-24 community sports grant recommendations. We have Clyde Doheny, Chair of Community Funding Review Committee. And do we have a presentation? There you are. Thank you. Proceed when you're ready. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening,
Do
Mayor.
me a favor, just take the top of it, not the whole thing, and just twist it down just a, no, not, that's, there you go. Maybe your gentleman will help you there.
Thank
Okay,
you.
good enough, thank you. And please, as speakers come up, do not touch the microphone because you'll short it out. So just speak and it will pick you up. So go ahead and
Okay.
proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Denise Mondin. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Community Funding Review Committee. I'm here with Clyde Doheny. He's our chairman. It's our pleasure to present the CFRC recommendations for the city's fiscal year 2023-24 Community Sports Grant. We're calling that the CSG. The city's Community Sports Grant Program funding is included in the adopted fiscal year 23-24 budget. This year, the CSG provides up to $77,500 of grant funding per organization to support schools and recreational programs of local nonprofit community and school groups. In order to qualify, the applicants must be a 501c3 not-for-profit organization located in or primarily serving Thousand Oaks community. Qualifying programs must provide a benefit for the community they serve and a wide cross-section of Thousand Oaks residents. The application period was open from September 18th to October 19th. The application was available on the city's website. Email notifications were sent to applicants from the previous grant cycles. A press release was published. Conejo Valley Unified School District provided an email to all the booster clubs and principals, and the city utilized social media to notify the community of the grant opportunity. Additionally, the Acorn printed an article notifying residents of the grant opportunity in the October 6th paper. City staff held an application workshop on September 21st via Zoom for anyone interested in applying for the grant. The workshop was recorded and remains available on the dedicated Grant Opportunities webpage on the city's website. The city received 14 applications with grant requests totaling $74,799.80. CFRC members independently evaluated the applications using a predetermined scoring criteria based on requirements in the grant application. On November 15, 2023, the CFRC met to discuss the collated scores of the applications and unanimously confirmed the recommendation to the City Council. The CFRC is recommending grant funding for 13 organizations for a total of $65,424.89. These are the 13 organizations being recommended for funding. The represented projects meet the criteria for benefiting the community and a wide cross-section of residents. These include sports facility upgrades and equipment purchases. The CFRC recommends the City Council award the fiscal year 23-24 community sports grants as presented by the committee with a total award of $65,424.89. And that concludes my presentation. CFRC Chairman Clyde Doheny, Community Services Analyst Sarah Miles, and myself are here if you have questions.
Well, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Does he speak too, or no?
He does.
Only when she lets you, is that what I'm hearing?
We're getting practice here.
Excellent. Council, any questions? Very good. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now, we have any discussion with council here regarding this? Madam Clerk, I'm not seeing any public comments there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So we have that in the record. Since there's no council questions, I look for a motion. Mr. Newman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I move item 13A, items 1 through 4.
Excellent. We have a motion. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Engler?
Yes, and thanks to the committee for all that work.
Councilmember Newman?
Gratefully, yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
And again, I echo the comments. Thank you very much for the hard work in doing that. It really enriches our community from the athletic standpoint. Thank you so much. We're going to 13B, City Investment Review Committee Annual Report. We have Devin Carey, Chair of the City Investment Review Committee. And we always have our wonderful Jamie Boscarino, Finance Director. Jamie, you're on.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Tonight is our annual Investment Review Committee report, and with me is Chair Davin Carey. And I just want to take a second to thank all of our committee members for all their work and time and effort they put in throughout the year in serving on this committee. Davin?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone from the council and from the city. Quite a turnout this evening, more than I was expecting for my first time up here. So thanks for coming.
We heard you were speaking. That's why they showed up.
Very impressive. I'll try to do a nice job here. So we have a PowerPoint deck here to go over some of the overview of the Investment Review Committee as part of our annual report. The City Council established a 5-member advisory committee in 1997 to monitor the Treasurer's compliance with the investment policy and to recommend changes to the investment policy over time. The committee provides quarterly updates and an annual summary to the City Council as part of our ongoing business. The Investment Review Committee is comprised of 5 members. Members must be residents with experience in investments and finance, and members are appointed to serve 2-year terms with staggered expirations. Current members are myself, Anthony Gonzalez, Sheila Moore, John Short, and Cody Sorensen. The city's portfolio currently is comprised of over 200 individual securities, primarily fixed income debt securities issued by the U.S. government and government-sponsored enterprises. The city uses the state pool and joint powers authority pool formed by local agencies for daily cash flow needs as well. These investments are laddered over a 5-year time horizon, which is set by state law and the city's investment policy statement. This provides liquidity while still allowing purchases to be made across the yield curve. This graph shows the current composition of those investments by dollars in book value. The committee met quarterly as scheduled. We submitted reports after each meeting to the City Council. Meeting agendas and summary notes were also available on the website for the city. The committee's quarterly reviews reflected the city's portfolio, which is a diversified pool of low-risk investments in compliance with the city's stated goals. This shows a year-over-year change. So you can see as of September 30th, the book value, yield to maturity, and estimated annual interest the portfolio will generate. And as a reminder, when we look at a year ago and again in a year from now, back in 2020, interest rates were near zero. And the Federal Reserve started increasing rates in 2022 to ease inflation concerns. As of most recently, the short-term Federal Reserve target interest rate is between 5.25% and 5.5%. Recently, the Fed has paused federal rate increases. We have another meeting upcoming soon. Over the past year, the city's portfolio yield did rise by 73 basis points, or 0.73%, and the book value increased by approximately $16.8 million as an increase of contributions. The city is a buy and hold investor with a laddered portfolio over the 5 years, and within this structure, yield will lag the market by design in both rising and decreasing rate environments. Based on the September portfolio book value and yield to maturity, interest earnings increased by nearly $3 million, or $2.8 million annually. And while this is important to note, the city's investment objectives in order are safety first, liquidity second, and then yield. Changes in the portfolio's balance will affect interest earnings as well as the overall yield. And so in summary, the committee completed its annual review of the investment policy. There were no substantial changes to state laws affecting the city's investment practices this year, and the committee is only recommending minor formatting changes. Staff will present the investment policy to council in January as required by the policy. And the recommendation this evening is to receive and file the report, and myself and Jamie are available for any questions.
Well done. Nice. Council, questions? Going from our financial guru here on council, Mr. Adam, go ahead.
Hardly. Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the conservative approach to investing our money. My question is this, and Jamie, you probably know this, interest rates have been trending down a little bit lately after this big run-up that we've had over the last couple of years. Whether that continues or not remains to be seen, but the CPI number came in a little lower than expected, so there's a body of thought that maybe we peaked and might start trailing off next year. Has there been any move to perhaps move a little bit towards the longer end of the 5-year maturity to lock in some yields that may not be available in the future?
Yeah, so our latest investment purchases were 5-year treasuries to try and take advantage of the high rates that they're at right now and lock that in for 5 years. Typically, we only purchase 5-year investments. Sometimes, something may get called, and so we have a hole in our ladder, and we may buy something shorter term just to fill in the hole. But for the most part, we do 5-year purchases.
I think that's a good move. I think we'll lock in some rates that maybe a year or two from now we won't be seeing. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Any other council questions? I do have a question for you. When I go to various conferences and meet other mayors and other council members, other cities are really struggling just to make ends meet, and they are struggling just to balance a budget. Yet we're able to put aside money each year for that rainy day fund just in case. First, I'd like to say thank you for the prudence to do so and the foresight, and I have to thank the previous council members many years before me who have had that wisdom insight to put aside money just in case a shortfall occurs. If everything stopped coming in financially for us, how long is our reserve good for as far as running city services for residents?
Well, we'll be bringing our fiscal year 23, which is July 1, 22 to June 30th, 23, to City Council in January. I think the first meeting in January. So we'll be presenting our results for that fiscal year then. But our fund balance, we have estimated increased to almost 190 million. So we could probably operate for almost 2 years without getting any revenue coming into the city.
Are you happy that interest rates are now above 0.1%?
Very.
I would like to tip my hat to you, Ms. Boscarino, and to the committee. Thank you so much, because those numbers will put me to sleep at night as I go to review reports, but I thank you very much for the diligence. Council, any other comments or questions at this point before I... All right, let's do this. Let's move to council discussion or motion. Mr. Adam?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move the City Investment Review Committee Annual Report, 12B.
Any other discussion? Move the motion. We have, Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
All right, so that'll be item 13B. Councilmember Engler,
Yes.
Councilmember Newman,
Yes.
and Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam,
Yes.
and Mayor McNamee.
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
And with that, we're moving on to, before we get to item 10A, I'm going to have a 10-minute recess for a restroom break for all the council members, because this is going to be lively. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be right back. bring it back to order again. Councilmember Engler and Taylor, come on down. Let's get underway. What happened was that I made a comment about the community being concerned about their community, about you care about Thousand Oaks. And we went from 17 speakers to 22 speakers, now to 55 speakers. So high score wins. Long story short, I'm going to begin the item 10, what was it? 10A, general plan. But I'd like to premise this at this moment with the following ideas, comments, and thoughts to have your thoughts heard. Also be able to maintain some decorum here, which is really, really important. And the general plan is critical. Again, it's been 50 years since we've looked at a general plan. Last time was 1970. And this will track out the path for development in our city for the next 20 years. And who knows, given how government works, it may be longer than that. The issue that's been brought forth before you is a difficult and complex matter. And that I understand there's a lot of passion and emotion here in the audience concerning this, and strong opinions on both sides of any issue concerning something of this magnitude. And I don't want people here that come up here and speak to feel intimidated or distracted when expressing their views as they're up here speaking. I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment being able to express your opinions. That's what makes this country great. And to be intimidated, create fear, doesn't work well in a free society like what we have. So I'm asking you to do the following. Again, this is not a sporting event where you root for your team and you cheer and applaud. So please hold your applause, even though the speaker may be saying something that you can agree with so much. Hold your applause just for that reason. We don't want to intimidate, create fear with the speakers, but also we need to move through this with that many speakers and 2 minutes each. It's going to be a little while before we get through it. Refrain from making loud or verbal comments or gestures from the audience that may intimidate the speakers. Please, we ask you to be civil. We agree to disagree, and we move forward. This council, the strength of it is that we all bring different visions of solving challenges that face our city. And the strength of this council is at the end of the day, when we make our vote, we move on to the next challenge and let it go behind us. Don't carry a grudge, no animus. We all want to do what's best for this city because we all love this wonderful city. Allow speakers to express their comments frankly and openly. So please, let's see if we can get through this in a civil manner, and that way we can move forward with a final decision here from the council. I will, when I do this, again, we're going to do, because of the number of speakers we have, it's going to be 2 minutes. Because of the number of speakers, and, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Before it was at 22, it was going to be 2 minutes. Now we're down to 1 minute because we've got too many speakers. So you may want to tailor your speeches now to fit it in with that time frame. When the clock counts down to 15 seconds, I want to give you the opportunity to close your thoughts, bring them to conclusion, and I will quietly say 15 seconds. And that way you know, okay, I got 15 seconds to summarize, bring it to closure. And when that bell goes off, I will announce the next speaker. And they are to step up and please relinquish the podium. The other is I'm going to call 2 people at a time. I will call the speaker who will come up to the podium, but second name is the person that will be sitting in the seat behind. Sir, would you please raise your hand there to identify the seat in front of you? There you go. That's the seat you're in. So as I do in baseball, batters up, 1 on deck, there's 1 in the hole. So we have the situation here where I want to be able to move through this quick. So if the second speaker could have a seat, I'll announce to you, and then the next speaker to come down and sit with the gentleman. You're now in charge of that seat, so be sure that stays clear for me, okay? Thank you. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please open the hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item number 10A, General Plan 2045, 2019-70760-GPA, Final Program Environmental Impact Report 2022-70558-EIR and 2021-2029 Housing Element 2018-70723-HSG and declare initiations for implementation. Speakers are requested to state their name for the record. 58 people have presented speaker cards, and pursuant to City Council standards, speakers are going to be allowed 1 minute.
This will be my last meeting as mayor to make deciding and important decisions here. I would like to say to the city clerk, thank you so much for doing such a great job reading that out. I appreciate that. With that, we have Calvin Parker, Community Development Director, and Matt Ramey from Ramey and Associates. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. It is truly our pleasure to bring forth the Thousand Oaks 2045 General Plan. This is culminating in a multi-year process that has included a ton of visioning. This has truly been a monumental effort born through extensive community engagement and reflects a balance of that vision in the plan that will be presented to you this evening. Staff is recommending that City Council certify the final program EIR, adopt the 2045 General Plan with its accompanying errata, approve the housing element, and initiate the implementation program of that particular plan. To provide some order to the presentation that you'll see this evening, we'll touch on a few key topics that'll lead us to the ultimate recommendation we just discussed, from an overview of the plan itself, highlights of the program EIR, and of course, revisions to the housing element, which was previously adopted by council, and the most important piece, which is initiation of the implementation program of the plan. Leading us through these topics will be a fixture in this general plan process, Matt Ramey of Ramey and Associates. He and his team of consultants and staff drafted the document you see here this evening. And with that, I'll turn the mic over to Matt, who will continue the presentation from this point.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the community. I'm Matt Ramey with Ramey and Associates, and it's my honor to be here and to be at this stage in the process with all of you, a process that has been going on for about 4.5 years now. With me here this evening, there are a few members of the consultant team who I just want to quickly introduce. We have Matt Maddox and Lexi Journey from Rincon Consultants. You'll hear from Matt later. We have Deepak from Iteris, and then we have Melissa, who's with Ramey and Associates, who is also a relatively new member of the community of Thousand Oaks. I want to just start by framing this conversation a little bit, which is we all together as a community, as a team, started this process 4.5 years ago. And there has been a lot of work, thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of staff and consultant time, and more importantly, community time that has gone into creating this plan. And today is really a monumentous occasion. We have sort of said that word a couple of times between Kelvin and I, but it really is a monumentous occasion. The last comprehensive plan for the city was the first comprehensive plan. The last time it was updated was 1970. I don't know this for a fact, but this may be the oldest comprehensive plan in the state of California. And today is really a day of achievement. And I really want to compliment the City Council, the Planning Commission, city staff, the General Plan Advisory Committee, but most importantly, the members of the community for all of their hard work through this process. The general plan just, again, represents thousands and thousands of hours of creativity and time and effort, and it is really a plan that was essentially written by the community and for the community. We put the words on the page, but all of those ideas really came from the community. So with that as the background, I want to start, for those who have not been involved, is just a quick reminder of what a general plan is. And that is a state required document that every city and county in the state of California is required to do. It has a long-term vision for the city, and it has required or mandatory elements or chapters. And we'll go through some of those chapters this evening. In addition to those 8 chapters that are required, each jurisdiction can add optional elements that it sees fit. And the city's general plan, the draft general plan, has that as well. Part of this process is also the environmental review of the general plan, or through the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. You'll hear the term EIR, or Environmental Impact Report. And really, this is a disclosure document to disclose the potential physical environmental impacts of the general plan and the policies in the general plan. It is a programmatic EIR. It is not a project-level EIR, so it does not enable projects to occur. It enables the program, which is the general plan. And it is designed to minimize, reduce, and avoid environmental impacts of the worst-case scenario. We look at the worst and hope for the best. Our process, again, began about 4.5 years ago, and I believe in this room where we kicked off the process and asked the City Council about their vision and ideas and hopes for the general plan. We really followed this 5-step process that you see here on the chart, starting with existing conditions. We then moved into listening and visioning. We created policies and plan alternatives, in particular the land use element and the land use designation map. We then developed the plan, and here we are now in the review and adoption phase. And throughout all of this has been community engagement activities. As we were doing, and before we were doing the engagement, we also reached out to the community, because people need to know about the process if they are going to participate in the activities. There was a significant amount of effort by staff and the consultant team and members of the community to really do our best to make sure that every member of the community who was interested in the general plan could participate in the process. We did citywide mailings to households. There were email blasts to an email database, a large email database. The general plan was in over 20 newsletters. There were advertisements all throughout town on this City Hall marquee. There were over 30 articles in newspapers, mailers to all properties in what we called the areas of change, where there's potential land use changes. The flyers were in English and Spanish. There were direct emails to homeowners association, religious organizations, the school district, PTAs, CLU, and others. There was social media, and then a project website. Through that engagement, that outreach, we had a wide variety of engagement activities, including 17 general plan advisory committee meetings, 5 workshops, 4 community-wide surveys, 21 neighborhood meetings, 13 pop-ups, and more. And throughout this process, there were tens of thousands of individual comments that we received, and we read through all of them to understand the sentiment of the community and to get ideas for the general plan. It really was a tremendous effort on the part of the community to share their ideas, and staff to read and understand everything that the community brought forward. I'm going to switch now and talk quickly about the draft general plan. This is going to be at a pretty high level, so we can, since I'm sure many of you have read it. So first, the general plan is organized into 14 chapters. The first 3 chapters essentially introduce the plan, the process, and identify the vision and guiding principles. Chapters 4 through 12 are really the primary content chapters, with the goals and the policies. And then chapter 13 is the implementation, which is how the vision and the goals and policies are implemented. Chapter 14 is the glossary. And then in addition, there are other components that are part of the general plan, including the housing element, which is under a separate cover, an appendix on public health and equity, another appendix on the emergency evacuation analysis, and then a supplemental document that is a summary and reference document of all of the engagement activities, including all of the public comments, and that is hundreds and hundreds of pages. Throughout the general plan, there are 2 key themes that rose to the top. One was environmental justice, and the second was sustainability. Both are, to a certain degree, required by the state, but it was very clear through this process that it was important to the members of the community as well. Environmental justice is essentially the combination of lower incomes and disproportionate health impacts. And then sustainability looks at a range of topics, including climate change, natural environment, green buildings, and other topics. And any topic, there are not separate chapters on these topics, but they are demarcated through icons, either the red heart or the green leaf, throughout the general plan. The vision and the guiding principles was one of the first deliverables that we worked on with the community and the General Plan Advisory Committee, and it includes 3 components to it. A brief vision statement that describes the future vision of the city, core values, which are statements that describe the overall values of the community and guide the goals and policies in the general plan, and then the major strategies, which are descriptive actions about how the vision and the core values will be achieved. Really, the majority, you can think of it in a sense as an executive summary of the direction of the general plan. One of the most important components of the general plan is the land use element, and that's certainly where the community engagement process spent the majority of the time. The land use element defines the vision for the built environment for the community, and it's designed to accommodate and plan for the necessary change, the change that will happen throughout the course of the next 20 or 30 years. There are goals and policies related to economic development, neighborhood preservation, green buildings, views, and vistas. It also includes the land use designation map. The land use designation map identifies the future intended use of every single parcel in the city, including the allowed land uses and the density or FAR, the density or intensity of development measured as dwelling units per acre or FAR, floor area ratio. There are 17 designations in 5 land use categories. The map that you see here and the map that was included in the general plan was endorsed by the City Council in May of 2021 after about a 6-month process with the community that included multiple surveys, workshops, and meetings with the General Plan Advisory Committee. And if you'll remember, all of this happened in essentially a different time that we all had in a society, which was during the pandemic. So we had to adapt to have those meetings virtually. And what we found is that there was actually even more participation than we had when it was in person, which was pretty impressive. This map is very carefully balanced. It was endorsed by the council and is really carefully balanced, particularly for residential capacity. And I want to dive a little bit deep here to describe what I mean by that. And that is that Measure E says that we can't increase the capacity, residential capacity in the city without a vote of the public. On the other side of that, we have a state law called SB 330, which says we can't reduce the residential capacity in the city through a general plan process. So that means we actually had to try and get exactly the number of housing units. So it's a very delicate balance with this map. And this map is really important because it served as the basis for everything else that we did in the general plan and all of the technical analysis that we did. It served as the basis for the housing element, which is reviewed by the state, the traffic analysis, the air quality analysis, the greenhouse gas analysis, the environmental impact report, and all of the content in the general plan. Changes can be made to this map at this point, but we have to understand the implications of those changes, which is we have to look at residential capacity and understand what that means if there is a change. And then we have to understand that if there are changes, it may upset the apple cart, and we may need to go back and redo analysis, all of the analysis for the environmental impact report and all of the technical analyses. And that's why we brought that map to the council for endorsement in May of 2021. There are, of course, multiple other elements in the general plan, and you see them listed here. They include mobility, which looks at the transportation network, parks and open space, which is the park and open space network, including the Ring of Green around the city, and the open spaces both outside and within the city. The conservation element, which looks at the identification and conservation of natural resources. Community facilities and services, which are incredibly important to the community, as we heard many times throughout the process, for the high quality of public services that the city provides. And this chapter focuses on the condition, accessibility and level of service of these public facilities and services. Then there's the safety element, which addresses human and natural hazards, including climate change, fire, earthquakes, flooding. There is an optional element for arts and culture, and this is a unique element for this general plan and for the city, and that addresses the arts and culture system in the city. There is noise that addresses noise conditions, both existing and future, and then governance, which is how the city governs itself. The 13th chapter is implementation, which is the specific actions for how the goals and policies are implemented, and this is organized by chapter of the general plan. Once the general plan was released, we had it out for public comment for about 3 months. It was available from June 2nd to September 15th. Public feedback was solicited through an online comment form, and there were approximately 200 total comments received. Individuals could submit multiple comments, and so there were specific comments on just about every single chapter of the general plan. A brief overview of these comments. There were concerns about growth, including traffic and parking impacts. There were a lot of comments on the Borchard site and other specific parcels and areas of the city, including Jan's Marketplace, the Oaks Mall, and village centers. There was a desire for more active transportation, concern about emergency evacuation, particularly in light of new development that may occur in the city, a desire for more emphasis on greenhouse gas reduction measures, more proactive preservation of cultural and historic resources, and many, many other comments that aren't listed here but are available in the supplemental packet. Based on all of these comments, there are some recommended changes to the general plan that are summarized here. First, I want to point out that these proposed changes are included in the addenda and errata memo, which is attached to the staff report. Based on the public comments, there are more than 40 new or amended policies, particularly related to the housing element, voter measures, some area-specific guidance, review of the safety element from CAL FIRE, transportation innovations, native landscaping, construction management, school programming, and other topics. Some of the background information is proposed to be updated, and there is updated information on some of the figures, including wetlands, school facilities, evacuation planning, Measure W, and some of the village centers. Diving a little bit deeper, there are some proposed changes to the land use element, including policies based on HCD, or the State Housing and Community Development Department, which reviews the housing element, and there are which required a further encouraging of housing in commercial areas. There's a new policy that was added to reference Measure E. Information on Measure W and the curb line will be added to the land use designation map. And there were some modifications to policy 18.4 on the Borchard property. The safety element probably saw the greatest number of revisions, and that was because of work that occurred back and forth with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, or CAL FIRE, as well as review by the State Board of Forestry. The safety element includes a large number of new policies addressing a range of topics, including wildfires, fuel reduction, water supply evacuation planning, and there's also updated evacuation analysis under State Law AB 2911. There are some proposed additional changes to other chapters of the general plan, including Add a C Parks and Open Space 1.6, which references Measure W, and adds Appendix C to include a copy of Measure W. The conservation element has an updated Figure 7.4, which is the wetlands map, and adds a policy 10.4, which requires health risk assessments for new development associated with specific criteria. There are also a number of global changes throughout the plan, which are really minor language changes, typographical errors, and changing a couple of photographs. I'm now going to turn it over to Matt Maddox, who is going to present on the program environmental impact report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm going to talk a little bit, as Matt mentioned, about the CEQA process. The slide that you're looking at now is an overview of the entire process, and I just want to highlight we are finally at the end. We are here tonight before for you to discuss, but we've been through many
If I,
steps.
if I may interrupt for a moment, could you please explain to everyone in the audience what CEQA means? Because
Absolutely.
this is acronyms that are outside of the typical
Absolutely.
person's
I'll
vernacular.
take a step back. The California Environmental Quality Act
Could you also,
known-
no, don't touch the metal part. Just come to the top part and bring it up like this, because you're going to break this.
Is that better?
Thank you. You just come through well now. Thank you.
The California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, is a state law that requires public agencies, when going through a discretionary process and approval by the City Council, to acknowledge, determine, and if necessary, mitigate the environmental impacts of the proposed action. In our particular case, often that's done on a project basis on an individual parcel. For this particular project, under CEQA, it's actually a programmatic CEQA document, or environmental impact report, also known as an EIR. So our process began back in the summer of 2022. Once we are far along enough in the process to know a proposed land use alternatives and a land use map to actually determine what the impacts may be, we started the process with a notice of preparation, also known as an NOP, and conducted a 30-day public review and a public scoping meeting. At that point, we took and heard both public and agency comments on what should be included as part of the draft environmental impact report. We then, as a team, prepared the environmental analysis and published a draft EIR in August of this past summer, in August 11th, beginning a 45-day public review process, at which point, again, we listened to we took agency and public comments, and then looking and assessing at all of those, which we received 43 comment letters, responded to those as part of the final impact report. Before you tonight is the final environmental impact report, or the final EIR, which was published on November 3rd. We brought it before the Planning Commission and then here before you tonight. Next slide. So the EIR structure, again, it includes various topics that the state requires as part of any CEQA analysis. That includes both introduction and summary, a project description, the setting, impacts, and proposed mitigation measures, and also alternatives to the proposed action. There are also other impacts that need to be disclosed as well. Again, just want to reemphasize that this is a program EIR, meaning it looks at a series of connected actions that will govern future activities, rather than looking at a specific development project or property. Next slide. And part of the EIR analysis, we looked at over 19 impact areas. The ones before you on this slide actually were determined to either have no environmental impact or no mitigation necessary. In other words, it created less than significant impacts. Next slide. For a number of other topic areas, mitigation was required. And when we refer to mitigation, that is, an impact was identified that required future action to lessen or reduce the impact to a less than significant level. That included air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, paleontological resources, transportation, and utilities. Next slide. And of those issue areas, even with mitigation, we identified 5 topic areas that, even with mitigation, impacts could not be reduced to below a less than significant level, which requires that the city, in acknowledging those, has to make findings and a statement of overriding considerations, which is also before you tonight. Those issue areas were air quality, which was related to both construction and operational emissions, cultural resources related to historic resources, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation. Next slide. During the public review process, as mentioned, we received 43 comment letters that were responded to. I just want to highlight, similar to the general plan comments, a couple of the main comments that we received as part of that. We had some clarifications and some suggestions for background information as part of the air quality analysis. The cultural resources requested to include some more information specific to Thousand Oaks. The hazard section had some minor additions and corrections related to the CUPA process, also known as the Certified Unified Program Agency, specifically the HAZMAT team. We had some noise questions related to the traffic volumes that were used to estimate and project traffic noise. We had some suggestions about increasing the amount of parks and recreation to residence ratio included in the Parks and Recreation services section. And in the transportation section, we had some questions and requests for an explanation of the average daily trip volumes and the methodology that was used as part of the vehicle miles traveled mitigation measure. Lastly, we had some comments and questions regarding the evacuation analysis in the wildfire section and some clarifications were provided regarding how the analysis was put together as part of the safety element and how it addresses the wildfire analysis from a CEQA standpoint. Next slide. And for the final EIR, which encompasses not only the response to comments, there's also an introduction section, the actual written responses to all of the submitted public and agency comments on the draft EIR. We also note and have our own addenda errata section that are minor revisions to the draft EIR that provides what those changes are and if there is any new or updated information. Attached to it as required by state law is a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, also known as an MMRP. And then lastly, as mentioned before, because there was 5 significant and unavoidable impacts, the city is required to produce findings and a statement of override considerations for those issue areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Shifting a little bit, we're gonna, I want to just give a brief overview of the 8-year housing element. The housing element is one of the required elements of the general plan. It is also required that it is reviewed and approved by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. The housing element, excuse me. The housing element is under a separate cover, so it is not part of the physical document of the general plan. It is updated every 8 years and is required to be updated every 8 years. None of the other elements in the whole general plan is not required to be updated on any cycle. The housing element is for the period of 2021 to 2029, and yes, we are in 2023 at this point. And so the city is a little bit behind in the final adoption of the housing element. The draft housing element was adopted by the council on January 25th, 2022, and then submitted to the state HCD, or Housing and Community Development, for certification. And over the approximately 18 months, there was a lot of back and forth with HCD on revised policy language for the general plan. On September 8th of this year, September 8th, 2023, the city received a letter from HCD that said that the document met most of the statutory requirements of state law for local adoption, and also required that in order to be certified, the rezoning of the housing element parcels, the identified parcels, needed to occur after adoption of the general plan. The housing element revisions from the last version that you had before you has a new program, Program 5, on shopping centers and commercial redevelopment that incentivizes and streamlines infill residential development of non-vacant sites, particularly commercial centers, which are identified for housing. There are additional objectives provided in the plan on fair housing outreach and enforcement, mobility, and other topics. There is an updated AFFH, which is affirmatively furthering fair housing. It is a tongue twister. Meaningful actions matrix, and then updating the list of pipeline projects that have been going on since the 2 versions of the document. And that is part of the adoption process this evening. On November 13th, the draft general plan EIR and housing element went to the Planning Commission for a hearing. At that meeting, there were 17 public speakers and 13 written comments. There were questions from the speakers as well as from the planning commissioners on commercial land use acres in Measure E, on the Borchard property, on the density and FAR for mixed use designations, the VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, threshold that was used for analysis, and then Measure W and Measure E inclusion in the general plan. There were 4 of the 5 planning commissioners present that evening, and there was a vote on a motion to recommend approval that did not pass. It was 2-2 with 1 member absent. I want to take a minute and dive into detail, a little bit of detail on 3 of the main topics that came up at the Planning Commission meeting, and those are Measure E, historic resources, and the Borchard property. Throughout the general plan process, as I mentioned previously, the land use map was really developed to comply with the Measure E baseline for residential density as well as for commercial acreage. And as I mentioned previously, the residential capacity needs to be balanced with state law SB 330, which does not allow for reduction in capacity. The first priority in this process was to redistribute unused residential land use capacity from existing neighborhoods and allocate those primarily to the mixed-use designation within the identified areas of change. The commercial acreage baseline under Measure E is reduced by assigning mixed use to those commercial areas. The mixed-use designation serves as the community's primary housing development strategy, as you will see in the housing element. This was based on significant community input and the endorsement of the preferred land use map and meeting of the statutory requirements for state law. Another consideration with this is that the commercial market really continues to shift away from brick and mortar retail sales to online sales, and the current real estate market is exhibiting a decline in the production of new commercial construction. This is demonstrated very clearly by a lot of the recent project examples, which are moving away from existing commercial uses and being replaced by primarily residential with a little bit of commercial. The general plan also includes a new policy that was added in the addendum that a new policy that the land use map must comply with Measure E. Historic resources is the second kind of major topic that came up, and there were comments received regarding the city's approach to historic preservation, including a request that a policy that mandates regular meetings of the Cultural Heritage Board and a request for a citywide cultural and historic resources survey. The EIR contains mitigation measures relative to historic analysis of any potential resources during the project consideration, and therefore it really does create a mechanism to evaluate potential resources and present them to decision makers. The application of this mitigation measure would be under the direction of staff during the evaluation of projects, and the findings of any historic reports would be evaluated as part of the project's CEQA level analysis. Decisions pertaining to the protection of historic and cultural resources still remain within the direction of the City Council, and the City Council serves as the Cultural Heritage Board and may convene meetings at any time. The third topic that came up a lot throughout the entire general plan process and was also reflected at the Planning Commission meeting is on what is known as the Borchard property. Throughout all stages of the general plan, there was a consideration of public comments on the Borchard property. Following about a half a year of discussions with the public at public workshops, general plan advisory committee meetings, office hours, meetings with individual community members, planning commission meetings, and then city council study sessions, the city council endorsed the preferred land use map, which is specifically considers the land use the mixed use designation at the Borchard property. As I mentioned previously, the endorsement of this map allowed the team to complete the rest of the general plan, including actually drafting the chapters of the general plan, conducting the environmental analysis under CEQA or California Environmental Quality Act, finalizing the housing element, and then preparing all of the technical analysis. We recognize that there are more comments on the Borchard property than there were on any other individual property or either any topic within the general plan, and we know it's a really important issue for this community. The public comments during the comment period related to potential project level impacts such as flooding, traffic connections and impacts, the location of open space, the location of buffers next to existing residential neighborhoods, building heights, and building placement, again, in relation to existing residential neighborhoods. want to point out that we are doing a plan at this point. It is not a project. There is no project that has been submitted or will be considered for at this time, and that any future project would need to be evaluated against the city's regulations and policies and also undergo a separate CEQA or environmental analysis for that project. The last item that we wanted to bring forward to you this evening is the initiations of the implementation of the general plan. While again, tonight is a monumentous occasion, what it actually signals, or when the plan is adopted, it is actually the beginning of a whole other process of implementing that vision. And actually, that's where a lot of the hard work happens. We've thought that the hard work happens here with the general plan, and it's true that a lot of time has been spent, but really the implementation of the general plan is more important than the general plan itself. So with that in mind, there are a number of actions that staff is requesting that the City Council adopt a resolution to begin this general plan implementation. Those are implementation of the actions necessary to obtain housing element final certification, which includes completing the rezoning program and creating a mixed-use zone, municipal code amendments pursuant to AB 1397, and then in the short term, a comprehensive code updating specific plans for general plan consistency, and then Housing Element Program 8, which is, again, municipal code amendments. I just want to close before I turn it over to Ms. Rice for the next actions, this has been a long and thorough process. I've been honored to actually get to know many, many members of the community. Personally, it's been really a great process. So many ideas and so much passion in this community. I'm sure you'll hear them through public comment tonight. We all know that not everyone agrees on everything, and it's about finding that balance within the plan to move forward. But it has been an honor working with this community. And so with that, Ms. Rice.
Thank you, Matt. I will go ahead and just read staff's recommendation into the record. So if we could go to the next slide, please. And it looks like I don't have that slide. Here we go. Okay. So staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution certifying the final EIR, including the MMRP, the CEQA findings of fact, and the statement of overriding considerations, and approve adoption of the General Plan 2045 with revisions included in the addenda and errata memo. It's also to adopt resolution to the Housing Element Update 2018-70723 HSG, and to adopt resolution declaring municipal code amendment initiations to implement the General Plan 2045, which include the following: Housing Element Rezoning Program, Municipal Code Amendment pursuant to AB 1397, Comprehensive Municipal Code Update specific plans, and the Housing Element Program 8 Zoning Code Amendments, which includes 8 municipal code amendments. But before we continue, I'd like to make a note that there was a memo included in the supplemental. The following changes have been made to number 43. This is to correct that the Janet and Ray share forum is how this particular sentence will be read. And then there is also a change to number 53, which refers to page 185, to replace the first sentence under the city arts funding to read the city arts plaza was originally authorized in 1987. So those are following changes. And with that, staff and our consultant team is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the report for a 4+ year process. I would like to, before we go to council questions, make it clear to everyone here in the audience, council knows these rules, but I want to share them with you so you understand what's taking place before you. So a council member does not monopolize all the questions of staff, is that we have what's called a 3-question rule, in that the council member can ask 3 questions, and then if they have more, we move on to the next council member to ask their questions, and if we're done with that point, we come back to that original council member who may have had some additional questions beyond the 3 that they had put forth. So that way all council members can be heard, we move efficiently. So that's why at some point I may say, council member, that's your 3rd question, make it a good one, but we can still come back and ask those additional questions at that point. So that said, Mr. Adam.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Well, when you talk about questions, this document was so thorough that every question I had, as I read further, I'd get the answer. However, there are a couple of little areas I'd like to get some clarity on. For Matt, on the environmental justice element, that's relatively new, right? What, in the last couple of years, or?
Correct. In I believe it was 2016, the state passed Senate Bill 1000, SB 1000, which required that all cities include the consideration of environmental justice within the general plan. It's a three-step process that requires an analysis of the identification of environmental justice communities, which is a combination of low income and disproportionate health impacts. The second stage is community engagement, and the third is crafting policies. Those policies can be either in a separate element or spread throughout the general plan. The city decided, because it is an overarching theme, to spread it throughout the entire general plan, which is why it's indicated with the red heart icon.
Yeah, that was a bit of an eye-opener for me. I mean, yeah, it's generally felt, I believe, that Thousand Oaks is a fairly affluent community, but sure enough, we do have some disadvantaged communities in the city. Census tract identified number 69, 70, and 71, which are some communities north of the boulevard somewhere in our downtown area. And when you talk about disadvantaged communities, you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about children, you're talking about elderly people, you're talking about people with disabilities, you're talking about minorities. And so, we do have that situation here in the city. So the question is, was there a thought process behind making this a separate element, or did we feel it was sufficient to just kind of consider these disadvantaged communities throughout the entire plan?
The decision was made to actually spread it throughout the entire plan. And again, that's because there are topics that you need to look at for SB 1000, environmental justice legislation, which includes physical activity, pollution, active transportation, healthy housing, access to goods and services. And those topics are really spread throughout just about every element of the general plan already. And so we felt like it would have been redundant to have it actually as a separate element. And more importantly, we felt like the topic would rise up overall if it was an overarching theme along with sustainability to spread it throughout the plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, well, that's good. There's disparities here between within our community, when it comes to jobs, when it comes to income, when it comes to health, when it comes to the environment. And so you feel confident that this general plan addresses those disparities and comes up with some solutions?
Yes, there are. Again, the analysis begins with income. So it starts with income and whether there are census tracts or census block groups that are at 80% of the regional or statewide income levels. And if you pass that bar, then you look at whether there are disproportionate health impacts. And so it's not a large area of the city. There are certainly other communities that have much larger areas that have what's known as disadvantaged communities, which is identified through this. But there are some areas, and the general plan did take steps to reach out to people in those neighborhoods, talk to them, and really identify what are the barriers to leading healthier lives. And that includes access to goods and services. It includes access to healthcare facilities, access to opportunity, and other topics.
Yeah, and I think there's an awareness here in the city. I mean, we have the Safe Passage program, for example, that works with disadvantaged communities. But just one more thing. You've heard of the Healthy Cities and Communities Act. Was that taken into consideration at all when we developed this general plan?
Yeah, I mean, we looked very broadly. And when we looked at health, while we are required to look at the disadvantaged communities, we really look at health more broadly. And we really feel like just because there is a census tract or block group with low income and health and poor health outcomes, we also looked broadly throughout the city if there are health issues. And so we really took a much broader view of that and not just focus just on those communities, but really looked broadly, because everyone, regardless of income, deserves a healthy life. And so that was really the objective of the plan.
Absolutely.
Mr. Adam, we're going to move on to...
I have one more, but
that'll
we'll
be
come back.
We'll come back to, is it okay?
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the hard work on our staff's part and the citizens' part. It's been a 4-year process, and it's great to be at this point now. In looking at the results of our Planning Commission, there's quite a bit of talk about our mobility element and the comparison between VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, and level of service valuations. Now, vehicle miles travels is great for greenhouse gas reduction and tracking that, and the level of service really indicates where traffic might be. The state has moved us to vehicle miles traveled type of gradient. Does that preclude us, though, from in the future looking at on a project basis, looking at a level of service matrix as well?
Thank you. So we'll combine maybe a number of people to answer this question. Level of service, although it's not required as part of the state requirements in terms of EIR studies, it's still used here locally for reasons that you mentioned, to study local impacts and to mitigate those. Our Public Works Division in the traffic section, they do have a program by which they study typical impacts that are related to traffic here locally. And we have our traffic engineer, Deepak, who's one of our consultants, that can elaborate.
Well, there's a couple different questions here. There's the question of, can the city still look at level of service on a project basis? The answer is yes, just not under CEQA, not under environmental, not as a measure of an environmental impact, but as a measure of evaluating a site plan, evaluating the local congestion impacts. And the city is doing that right now. And if anybody from Public Works wants to elaborate on that, I mean, that's what the city is doing right now. When a project comes forth and has to do a traffic study, they have to use level of service as well as VMT.
That's correct. The city currently, as a non-CEQA process under projects that are in entitlement review, we look at level of service, look at delay of intersections and street segment capacity. So we look at that separately from CEQA. As mentioned, it was VMT is what the metric is used for CEQA terms, but the city does take a look at per project the specific transportation environmental impacts for any project.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important for us to be conscious of VMT and its effect with GHG production, but all of us know what traffic is. So I'm relieved to know that we can still use that on a local level on a project basis to be able to help have developers mitigate that. Is that the way this would work?
Yes, that's correct. So we do look at traffic at specific intersections and locations in the vicinity of projects as part of our entitlement review.
Thank you on that. That's all I have on that. But one quick thing on Measure E. Well, maybe we won't be quick. We'll see. It was also brought up at the Planning Commission, Measure E impacts and whether or not using a mixed-use designation on a property, its effect on whether it be considered commercial acreage or not. I don't know if Mr. Ramey would like to answer the question, or, but I think I have a good idea of where it might go, but please share with the audience and us how Measure E and its calculation of commercial properties is handled.
If you don't mind, I'll take a stab at sort of answering that question. So the City Council embraced the community's vision for Measure E and directed staff to produce a general plan compliant with Measure E. And staff has been faithful to that and brought forward a plan that does exactly that. It is true to Measure E in terms of what is required under it in all land use categories. The maximum number of residential units on the land use map is the number that council determined in 1996, which was placed on that map. The general plan before you also reduces the commercial acreage that's available. Mixed use, as the council intends it, allows the city to change parcel designations exclusively for commercial development to mixed use, primarily residential with ancillary commercial. This reduces the commercial footprint while allowing much needed housing, especially affordable housing, without encroaching into protected areas of town. Some argue that mixed use allows 100% commercial. This is not accurate. The City Council will determine development standards for mixed use zones at an upcoming hearing as part of the implementation plan of the general plan. Additionally, Council will review development projects to assure that they are appropriate and that 100% commercial is not necessarily appropriate in mixed-use zones, as it was identified as part of our strategy to address our housing needs.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor. On the Measure E, and are we going by our recent historic experience with how we are using our mixed use? What pops in my mind is the IMT project at Teal Ranch, where it went from 470,000 square feet of property that was zoned commercial, and we're left with 15,000 as actual commercial. Is that the way we're going with this? And is that historic use? Is that also going to be part of how we look at Measure E in this new plan?
That's reflective of what current trends are in terms of not only commercial development, but it reflects the change in patterns of retail shoppers in general. Part of what we were charged with in the general plan was reducing or right-sizing the amount of commercial in the plan in order to create additional investment opportunities. As you pointed out in projects such as Kmart and others, we have seen the amount of commercial acreage reduced significantly to allow for residential development to meet our arena needs, to provide much needed affordable housing, and obviously market rate housing. But projects such as that tend to include a token amount of commercial, so that acreage is reduced significantly. In the project that you mentioned, the Kmart site, or the IMT project, Teal Ranch, that site was entirely approximately 11 acres of commercial, which has been reduced to residential units, approximately 400 units, with over 50 units of affordable. But we went from big box retail with hundreds of square feet of commercial to approximately 15,000 square feet. And that's more reflective of the trend that we're seeing in the city, given our population and the retail trends of residents here in town.
Thank you. Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by thanking all members of the public, Mr. Ramey and his staff, and city staff for this long effort and for your presentation summarizing that effort tonight. I have two sets of questions. One are just basically cleanup, clarification type questions. The other are some deeper legal questions for simplicity and also for compliance with the 3-question rule. I will break these up into two different sets. So let's start with the easy stuff. First, Mr. Ramey, in your testimony this evening, you said that in May 21, the City Council endorsed the land use designation map. And the reason I'm stressing the word endorsed, is that's different than approved, correct? It was necessary for your staff's work to move forward, but the approval of that map would occur tonight, or?
That's correct, and that's why I said it was endorsed and followed up with that we can make changes to the map. I mean, the time is this evening, or at a future hearing if you choose to go that way, and there are consequences if you make certain changes. And so we should just be aware of what those are, which is that we have this delicate balance between Measure E and SB 330. And, but yes, changes can absolutely be made.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that important point. And thank you, too, for the errata and additions memo, and as well the supplemental ones that have come out since then. I know Planning Commissioner Ferris had raised a couple of points, and you've incorporated those about the Civic Arts Plaza and the spelling of this forum. Thank you for doing that. There were a number of other requests for updates, amendments, adds, changes, deletes to the program that did not make it into the document before this council tonight. The Kineo Climate Coalition prepared a fairly lengthy memo with many action items suggested. There was also, you referenced in your presentation, Mr. Ramey, something on cultural preservation, and there's news to me, there's a law on the books from the 1970s requiring us to hold regular meetings to do that. So I'm wondering if you can walk me through the thought process on where did you, and similarly, one more thing for me, I replied to a great many emails. One of the things I said in one of those emails was something that staff has been reminding everyone of all along, and I agree with, which is that there is no specific development proposal before us on the Borchard parcel tonight. And I wrote that in response to a resident. And that was included in the packet, but many, many other comments I made to other residents were not included. So I'm not asking about me, I'm just asking in general. Could you walk us through your thought process on how you decided what comments to include and which not to include?
Thank you for that comment. I'm going to start, and ultimately I'll pass it down the line here with this, and we'll try and be brief with this. A couple of framing things. The general plan, during a process like this, we want the general plan to do everything and solve everything. That is not its job. The general plan's job is to set that broad policy framework, to identify priorities, to set a vision for the community so that that vision and those priorities and those policies can be implemented over time. And a lot of the comments, not all of the comments, were really very specific and went beyond potentially what the general plan can or should do. It's very common. It happens all the time. We get something in front of us, and the general plan can cover every single topic. And so we want it to cover every single topic, and we want it to cover every single question, but we actually can't do that. There are some of the specific things that you had identified in your questions are topics that are either addressed by other plans, either now or forthcoming, or are part of more specific project level work. And, there's gray area about what goes in the general plan. And, ultimately, it's a judgment call. But, for example, the Conejo Climate Coalition, yes, there were many, many very detailed comments and recommendations, excellent comments and recommendations. And the city is producing and has been producing a climate, Climate Environmental Action Plan, the CEAP. And so that's where that information will go. So that information, their letter, it's not that it's just going away, it's that actually it went and will be part of and incorporated into a subsequent plan that is coming, which is effectively an implementation of the general plan. There were a lot of comments and recommendations, as I mentioned it, as we all know, about the Borchard property. Many of them got into suggestions about very specific topics that are really related to a project if it comes forward for that, rather than a general plan. So the general plan is, by its name, it is general. It is supposed to be general. It is supposed to be a 20-year document. It is a document that can be updated up to 4 times per year, but it is not meant to be updated regularly. And the other piece to sort of keep in mind with some of the comments is that the general plan needs to maintain what's called horizontal and vertical consistency. It has to be consistent throughout the document. So there were some comments that were made that were conflicting with other comments in the general plan, and we are not allowed by state law to do that. And then it has to also be consistent vertically between other documents that the city has. The specific plans, for example, some of those specific plans will need to be updated, and that's what the implementation action is, following the general plan. And that's very common, that a specific plan was done 15 or 20 years ago, things have changed, the general plan creates a different vision, and then an implementation action of the general plan will be to update that plan.
I was going to add a few more comments, but Matt comprehensively answered that question.
Very good, thank you. My final initial round of questions has to do with part of what I would agree has been a very extensive public outreach program. Relatively early on in the process, there was something your team termed the Land Use Alternatives Phase and Online Survey. And you and I discussed this when I was on the Planning Commission and agreed that because there was no authentication mechanism, there was no effort to validate IP addresses or names or otherwise validate survey entries, we couldn't say that this survey was statistically valid. And my question is, tying this back to the staff report, there's an assertion on page 7 of the staff report that is in defense of changing the land use designation on the Borchard parcel and asserting that 74% of the 2,127 respondents supported this change to a mixed-use designation. My question is that from this statistically not valid survey? Is that where that number came from?
Councilmember Newman, you are correct. It's not from a statistically valid survey.
I'm sorry?
I said you are correct. That reference is not to a statistically valid survey.
Okay, but that's the assertion made in the staff report. I have other questions that are deeper and more complex, but I will defer in the interest of time. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Taylor.
Okay, I'm a little late to the party. This is my first year here, so I want to start by saying thank you for all the work that was done before me or prior. One thing I want to clarify, are these numbers accurate? 1970, our general plan forecast residents, and then our general plan 2045 forecasts 145,000 potential residents in the next 20 years. Are those numbers accurate?
That is correct.
The reason I want to highlight that is something that we hear frequently, and I completely agree with, because I don't want this scenario to happen either. You hear people concerned about Thousand Oaks becoming the San Fernando Valley. And look, there's a reason why we live here, so I'm sympathetic to that as well, but these numbers make me feel very comfortable that we are growing at a healthy rate, and a rate that I don't think jeopardizes all the reasons why we live here. Second, I'm going to kind of piggyback off of something Mr. Newman mentioned, and it pertains to the Borchard property. You mentioned about the potential for changing things, but that also creates challenges or different outcomes as well. Can you walk me through this? We talked about an endorsed map in 2021 that City Council voted on, that designation was used for our housing element numbers? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate that?
When we talk about an endorsed map, and this one, I know this is a general plan, I know this is for everything, but just because I live in Newbury Park and, there is a lot of energy around the Borchard property, for that one specifically, 2021, we endorsed the land use designation on that property. That land use designation was then used to build out our housing element, our housing numbers, correct?
So the endorsed land use map was used primarily as a project description so we can move forward with the CEQA portion of the general plan update. It provided a basis by which we could study various areas in the city, from VMT to greenhouse gas to other items associated with it. What the map did in relation to housing was that it allowed staff to implement council's direction to create a mixed-use designation for us to accommodate our arena numbers, which were assigned to us by the state.
That was much.
I can also add some additional comments. As Mr. Parker says, when we took the land use map to the City Council in 2021, it provided there was a myriad of reasons why we do that. As Mr. Parker said, there's no way to analyze something unless we know what the project is.
Right.
And the land use map forms the primary basis of that project description. So from that land use map, staff then took that map and created the housing element, which was submitted to HCD. That land use map also formed the basis for analysis of the other elements to ensure internal consistency, like Mr. Ramey talked about, your mobility element, your air quality element, your conservation element. It forms the basis for those, for the analysis of all those other elements as well. And then it also forms the basis for the project description that is analyzed in the environmental impact report. So it does a myriad of things here.
Okay, so then with that said, and thank you for saying that so eloquently, when we look at the process, it mentioned that our city has met statutory requirements for local adoption, but the final certification of the housing element is dependent on adoption of the general plan. Then it mentioned that absence of the certification opens liability of litigation, fines, and penalties for non-compliance housing laws. I don't want to say that those aren't major concerns. They are, but one thing I actually want to get really specific on, does this also open up risk for the developers or the builder's remedy?
So the builder's remedy is a relatively new kind of development tool. You see it in other cities that do not have certified housing elements that have been certified by the state. Santa Monica is one of them. I think I can't remember the name of the city in Northern California that is also going, where is it? Thank you. See, you know more than I do. Palo Alto is another one. There's many different types of challenges that a city is subjected to for not having a certified housing element. Huntington Beach is an example of one that doesn't have a certified housing element, and there's been challenges by the Attorney General's office. There's been a lot of litigation between the city and the Attorney General's office over that. I've been involved in prior years where city was sued by housing advocates for not having a certified housing element. So an interested party can also file a lawsuit challenging the city's lack of having a housing element. And then there's also, again, the Attorney General themselves, the opportunity to sue the city for not having a certified housing element, and also sue the city for failure to approve any type of housing project.
Okay, so the reason I really want to kind of hone in on this one, I'm in this industry and we're seeing it happen around us. Without a general plan approval, we cannot get our housing certified. Do you think that opens us up for this risk?
There's no way, let me put it this way, there's no way we can move forward with the rezoning of the housing element without an approved general plan. We cannot do the rezoning of the housing element until we have an approved general plan. And we cannot get certification of the housing element by the state until we do the rezoning. So it's a chronological order. You have to approve the general plan in order to do the rezoning, in order to get certified by the state.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, on that preferred land use map, since we're on the topic, that did come before us in May of '21. I happened to be on the council at the time. And this didn't just come out of thin air. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the land use map that was presented to us that night started with community input, started with the General Plan Advisory Committee, started with staff, went through the Planning Commission, and finally ended up at us. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The endorsed land use map that council put forward that we studied was born out of that community engagement, which is why it reflects what the community's plan is.
Right, so it without question reflected a lot of layers below us, but before it finally got to us. And again, I was there that night, and it was a long night, and we went through area by area, painstakingly talking about the land use designations, and we, it was a give and take process, but ultimately, whether you want to use the word approved or endorsed, we all came up with a consensus on what that land use map should be. And Mr. Ramey, you said yourself, this is really the critical framework for the general plan, was it not?
That's correct. It is the critical framework of the general plan.
Yeah, I mean, that's really where it all sprang from. One thing in the land use map we talked a lot about was mixed use, which is a topic we bandy about, mixed use. I think there's some misconceptions out there exactly what mixed use really is. I've heard people say, oh, it's 100% commercial. No, it's 100% residential. Give me your impression of what mixed use is, and also tell me if you think that's important. The mixed use designation is important for the future of the city of Thousand Oaks.
I'm going to stick to more of the technical what is it, and that is I look at mixed use. Well, many people, when they think mixed use, they think ground floor retail with residential above. What mixed use really is, and that's allowed, what mixed use really is flexibility.
Is what?
Flexibility.
Flexibility.
It's the flexibility for the city to adapt to changing markets and changing preferences. Mixed use, the mixed use designation allows the city and property owners to build a wide range of things, so long as it meets the overall intended use. For example, you can build multifamily housing, but you can't build single-family homes because the location is not where you want single-family homes. We ideally don't want single-family homes on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. We want those areas to be more walkable, to have more vibrancy, and so the mixed-use designation allows for that flexibility in order for the city to A, achieve multiple different objectives, and B, to allow for flexibility both for the property owners as well as changes over time.
And if I may add to that, mixed use as the council intends it, it allows the city to change parcels that were designated exclusively for commercial development to a mix of primarily residential with some ancillary commercial. This reduces the commercial footprint overall in the city while allowing for much needed housing, especially affordable housing, without encroaching into the areas council designated as they wanted to protect, which was primarily the single-family neighborhoods.
All right. Yeah, it presents the ability for some diversity. And as you mentioned, commercial properties right now, some of them have become, need to be repurposed, and mixed use gives us that flexibility. What comes to mind is the Jan's Marketplace. We approved a hotel there. And as I understand it, Newmark Merrill has purchased the land adjacent to the Jan's Mall where the old Sears used to be. So mixed use, they would not have done that if it hadn't been for the potential mixed use designation that they would most likely receive. And so that gave that mall, which is struggling with a 40% vacancy rate, the ability to repurpose their property, put in a hotel, and ultimately, I suspect that land that they bought next to it could be housing, which we need. I mean, so mixed use, is that not an example of how mixed use can repurpose a commercial property?
That is correct. The mixed-use areas designated on the endorsed land use map, we've identified as those areas have changed, and it's really parcels that are underutilized. By providing that mixed-use designation, it allows an opportunity for property owners to utilize untapped investment and give property owners additional flexibility in order to add to the community character and maximize their parcels.
Underutilized properties, mixed use gives them the opportunity to be relevant again.
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Before we go to Councilmember Newman, I'm going to do my 3 questions if possible. First, I want to come back to Councilmember Taylor's question, and it's one I'd like to just clarify, in that if we don't have a general plan in place, we can't get a building element in place. If we don't have the building element in place, like other cities have suffered through developers coming in and using the developer remedy, where they could build pretty much anything the state says they can build, where you lose local control. Am I correct in that understanding?
That is correct. By moving forward with the general plan here tonight, it gives the city the most possible control under the applicable laws today.
Otherwise, the state can come in and say, we're going to do what we want to do, and city, you're out of it. You have no control. In that scenario here, we have before us a general plan. Do we have to approve all of it, or can we approve parts of it and then come back and decide other parts? What is the ramifications if we don't approve all of it and say we want to approve only some of it but not all of it? What are the ramifications here? What are the steps?
So that can be a complicated answer, and I think there are a few of us that would like to touch on that. And I'll allow the city attorney to speak on it as well if she feels so inclined. But the recommendation here this evening is to endorse the map that we have before us. However, as Mr. Ramey mentioned in his presentation, is it possible to change some elements of that map? Yes, but it could have far-reaching consequences beyond what may be intended by those particular changes. And there are a number of items that could be impacted by that, from requiring additional study under CEQA to identifying alternate locations for land use designations that change from one use to another or one location to another. As our city attorney previously pointed out, it could have far-reaching implications for our housing element, which is conditionally approved, but in order to get final approval from the state, we need to move forward with the land use map as laid out for us here this evening.
So just to add on to that, the short answer to your question is the comprehensive general plan is before you tonight for comprehensive approval. We're not going to ask you to just approve the mobility element, for example, because that's out of context. So you're approving the general plan in its entirety. The question as to whether or not you can make changes to it, as Mr. Ramey and Mr. Parker talked about, there's always an opportunity to make changes, but there are consequences to making those changes. And remember, it's based on how everything is interrelated. Again, the land use map formed the basis of the housing element, formed the basis of all of the other elements such as mobility, conservation, air quality, et cetera, forms the basis of the environmental impact analysis. So once you start tweaking that land use map, the more tweaks you give to it, the more impacts and consequences it has on your analysis for the other elements in the general plan and your environmental impact report.
So there's a ripple effect.
It's a total ripple effect.
My third question would be that we are threading a needle here, in that we have Measure E that's in place, but we also have the state, again, imposing its will upon us that we cannot reduce the number of houses that the city could put in. So we have to come in pretty much at that number, whatever that number is. So as City Attorney Noonan and Mr. Parker comment here, that if we do something on one part of the map, whether it reduce or increase the number of housing, you will impact other areas to come in at that one number that will thread Measure E with the state's requirement. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, that is an accurate statement. If you reduce capacity in one area, you're going to have to increase it in somewhere else. We are at that delicate balance.
And then we have to open it up again and start looking at it again for a whole new process. Is that correct?
I think it depends on the extent of the change that you're talking about. Relatively small changes, it's a lot easier to do. Much larger changes make it much harder because then they're major decisions, and then we'd probably want to go out to a community process to then reopen the general plan. And once there are those changes, it may impact parcels that are identified for the housing element, and then we'd have to go back through HCD through the housing element. We'd have to go back through an environmental impact report, go through all of that technical analysis again, and then bring it back.
And then during that time delay, we're now looking at a builder's remedy coming in from the state where, city, you have no control over this. State's telling you can build a 10-story building. Is that correct?
I'll let the city attorney talk about builder's remedy, but
You
everything else,
punted
yes.
very well on that answer.
Again, the builder's remedy is always an option to the extent your housing element is not certified.
Very good. Mr. Newman?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to pick up where Councilmember Adam left off on mixed use, which I fully agree with my friend, is a mechanism to give flexibility for development. It can be 100% commercial, it can be 100% residential, not single family, but multifamily, or some combination thereof. And there's a lot of that done through the city. I voted for most of it, not all, when we did this. But I'm having difficulty with a seeming contradiction in the law here, where on the one hand, we have a law on the books. Our specific plan for the Thousand Oaks Boulevard area, SB 20, which is Resolution 2011-065, states, it designates a specific land use designation called commercial residential. And it counts. When there is a mixture of the two, it says there's this many square feet of commercial, or there's this many units of residential. But the point I'm making is it counts, both of them. And this is a land use amendment, an amendment to the, a general plan amendment from 2014 that cites that 2011-65 specific plan memo as the basis in law for that method of accounting. And this particular one reduces the amount of commercial square footage by a specific amount. It says this many square feet go back in the bank or they come off the table, essentially. So in that specific plan, whenever there was commercial, we said there's this many square feet, and whenever there was residential, we counted how many residential units there were. Now, contrast that with what we are doing here, and I'm puzzled because the current draft plan before us, on the one hand, is saying, yay us, we're expanding both residential and commercial opportunities throughout the city, which I would be the first to agree we need to do. But on the other hand, saying we have a 30% reduction in commercial because we are counting all the mixed-use designations, the commercial component of those, which by definition are part of the mixed-use designation, we're counting all of those as zero. Because the mixed-use designation was developed as a primarily residential remedy, but we're just pretending that they're not there. We're not counting, we're not pretending, we're not counting them. So my question here is, how do we reconcile the law we have on the books that says that we count everything, we count residential, we count commercial, with this new method where all of a sudden we're not only not counting the commercial, but we're claiming a reduction? How do we reconcile that?
The city council intent is very different between the mixed-use designation and the commercial residential designation. While the new concept of mixed-use zoning wasn't included in the prior general plan, it is a different use altogether from residential commercial designation, which was intended to foster commercial development. Mixed-use development, as council intends, is to allow the city to change parcel designations exclusively designated as commercial development to a mix of primarily residential with ancillary commercial. This reduces the commercial footprint while allowing for much needed housing, especially affordable housing, without encroaching into those protected areas of town. Now, mixed use in this general plan was drafted specifically to reduce the commercial footprint. While our mixed use designation can be either commercial or residential exclusively, or a combination of the two, it was born out of a reduction of the existing commercial footprint, simply changing it to mixed use. So if our mixed use designation were to be allowed specifically as 100% commercial throughout the document, it would comply with Measure E, which is written into the general plan in various places. Now, many people have argued that mixed use allows 100% commercial. That's not accurate. City Council will determine development standards for mixed use as part of the implementation program of the general plan. That'll come forward in a couple of pieces as part of a zoning code update later, which is the actual implementation product related to that. Additionally, Council will review development projects as they come along to ensure that a development project is not 100% commercial if that's not appropriate in that particular mixed-use designation. So overall and overarching, it will comply with Measure E, which is written into the document. And that was the charge that Council gave staff when they told us to move forward with the endorsed land use map.
Mr. Parker, with the utmost respect for your professionalism and Kelvin as your friend, I have to tell you that response is positively Orwellian. You're saying there can be commercial component of mixed use, but we're not going to count it. And that's a comment. I'm not asking a question. I don't understand how on the one hand we're patting ourselves on the back about adding to both residential and commercial capacity, but on the other hand, reducing things, not by making them go away, and I would agree, there is less commercial, a lower percentage of that in new projects, but there wasn't a 30% reduction in commercial capacity overnight. That didn't happen, it's just we're not counting it. This is an accounting trick. So let me move on. My next question has to do with a question that Councilmember Taylor previously asked. And this is with regard to the housing element and what's needed for final certification. I have heard from multiple people that what HCD employees are telling us is that what's needed is wholly not dependent on the status or the land use designation of the Borchard parcel, because we are not using, because there's no proposal there, there's no RENA units there. So the land use designation of the Borchard parcel plays no part in how those RENA units will be allocated. Is that a
I can take that.
correct statement?
I can take that. So I appreciate the question. I appreciate the conversation with HCD. When HCD receives a housing element, they're looking at the sites that are identified. And as you well remember, when we brought the housing element to you previously, there's a bunch of criteria that we go through for identification of specific parcels. And you're right, the Borchard parcel is not one of those identified in the housing element.
That's all I'm asking. That was my question.
But the
Yes or no? Is this RENA is part of Borchard, yes or no? That was my question.
But you said that it's not dependent on the Borchard parcel, in other words, the rezoning, and it's connected to our housing
Yeah, and I
element in
would
the
agree with
sense of
that
the
part.
rezoning.
Right, but my question is the RENA allocation in any way dependent on the Borchard parcel?
The RENA allocation is not. The certification can
Thank
be.
you. That was my question. That's all I was asking. My final question is a question I got from a resident about our active transportation plan, which is referenced both in the general plan and in the EIR. With regard to the mobility element or other elements in the plan, because it's referenced in the general plan, it's similar to the point that our city attorney was just making, because it is in that plan, does this mean that it cannot be substantially altered without any ripple effects, to use the expression, that we need to continue to enforce and implement the ATP as currently written because it is called out in the plan?
I'm going to ask Matt Maddox to step to the podium to answer that question. I believe this related to correspondence that we received.
Thank you, Councilmember. The answer is no. It is not dependent because the active transportation plan in and of itself is a separate plan outside, similar to other implementation programs as part of the general plan. Ultimately, the mobility element sets the general vision for the community. The active transportation plan, when updated in the next few years, would also need to be consistent with that general plan.
So this means I think you're saying the ATP could be significantly altered without necessarily running afoul of its being called out in its entirety in the EIR and in the general plan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The active transportation plan in and of itself can be updated with future visioning, future changes that are more project specific than what's ultimately identified as part of the mobility element and ultimately the general plan.
Thank you.
Council has no other questions. Let me just go into public comment. Again, because of the large number we have here, 1 minute. Please be concise. Mr. Muradian, I'm going to ask you to move 2 to your right because you're sitting in the on-deck circle. The other is, again, I'd like to just say that this is a very difficult and complex matter, and your input is very, very important to us. And I want speakers to feel free from intimidation or distraction. So I'm asking you that even though this is a very emotional topic, and you all have strong opinions of this, I'm asking you to not shout out, yell out, applaud for what speakers say or at the conclusion of their presentation. We'd like to move through this quickly. So that said, I'm going to call people up, and again, when you have 15 seconds left, I'm going to say very quietly, 15 seconds, so that way you can conclude your thoughts. First up, I'm going to introduce Mr. Don Lanson. Mr. Lanson, make your way up, and on deck we have Marcella Kettlehut. If I'm saying it correctly, please have a seat behind, and I will call you up shortly. Again, 1 minute. Mr. Lanson, before you begin, I'd like you to tell everyone, Madam Clerk, before we start the 1 minute, the audience do not know who you are. Would you please share a little bit of your background and the service you do for the city?
Thank you. My name is Don Lanson, longtime resident of the city of Thousand Oaks. I've served on the Planning Commission for the last 7 years and have a lot of time and effort spent with regard to the general plan update process.
Thank you. Go ahead and proceed. Your 1 minute begins when you speak.
Having spent all of that time and effort, and I'm sorry I was not here for the other meeting, but I wanted to come here tonight to actually recommend that the council approve item 10A because I believe that this general plan update process is the best way for our city to evolve over the next 20 to 40 years to detail with the blueprint and the foundation it needs to actually be able to move forward. There's so many amazing parts of this general plan update process that we've spent so much time on. And again, to the staff, to the community for their involvement. There is so much that goes into this. In fact, I don't think there's really an objection to any part of the immense part of the general plan update with the exception of the Borchert property. And with regard to that Borchert property, I know there's concern. I am concerned as well. I don't know what may actually end up going there right now. There is no application that I know of on file.
15 seconds.
With regard to that. But I would say trust and respect the process of what the application process is. Yes, zoning may not be an issue if ultimately this gets passed, but there's still an issue of parking, traffic, everything else that goes into it. So I would say, please, I would recommend approval of item 10A.
Next up, we have Marcella Kettlehut, and behind her, we'd like to have Tom Cohen come on down and have a seat in the designated seat there. So go ahead and proceed. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, staff and council. I'm Marcella Tyler Kettlehut. I'm an attorney, a real estate broker, and a 31-year resident of Thousand Oaks. As planning commissioner, I voted to recommend adoption of the general plan to city council. I strongly recommend the adoption of the general plan because not ratifying it could have disastrous consequences for our city. The people opposing ratification are yelling about developers. Without a plan in place, the city could lose leverage to make its own decisions about the best and highest use of properties and won't be able to mitigate many of the things people are going to be decrying tonight. Additionally, to scrap 4 years of city staff, council, commission, and consultants' efforts, but more importantly, to ignore the voices of thousands of our citizens who engage in this dialogue would not only be disdainful of the majority's
15 seconds.
determinations, but would represent a massive breach of fiduciary duty to our citizens. I respectfully ask you to confirm the general plan before you. Thank you.
Tom Cohen, and after Tom will be Steve McCollum, if I'm saying the name correctly. Steve, come on down and have a seat. Mr. Cohen, go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor McNamee, members of the City Council and city staff and the audience. My name is Tom Cohen. 4+ years of work, hundreds if not thousands of dedicated hours to studying our city in multitudes of ways: open space management, recreation, transportation, mobility of our residents and businesses, housing our residents and future residents, making sure our businesses have all the necessary tools to be successful, and on and on. Excuse me, we have squeezed all that we can out of our 1970 general plan. It has served us well, as those of us who were here when it was adopted know. However, now it is time to look to our kids' and grandkids' future. We have to be nimble. We have to have the ability to adjust. We have to have flexibility.
15 seconds.
The update before you this evening provides for this. We have to have the can-do approach and attitude. Tonight, you could do the community a huge benefit in favor by approving the general plan update as it is written and presented to you this evening. We cannot be frightened by
Mr.
what we
McCollum,
don't
you're
know.
up.
Thank
Steve
you.
McCollum, and behind Steve is Megan Jalal. Megan, go ahead and have a seat behind. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Steve McCollum, Newbury Park. I bought my home in Fox Meadows in 1979, 44 years ago. Seems like a while. The 1960s Casa Caneo was built at 4.5 families per acre. Fox Meadows 1, the same. Fox Meadows 2, the same. And frankly, the orchard parcel was purchased at that same time, knowing that they could build 4.5 family units per acre. That's about 165 homes. And frankly, the property owner has the right to build 165 homes for families. I don't care, frankly, I don't care whether they're apartments or condos or
15
whatever
seconds.
else. But the fact is, as a property owner myself, I have the right to expect that the city council will honor their promise that 165 families will be in that area, not 400 or 200.
Megan J. Hill, you're up next.
Thank you very much.
And after Megan, we have Ed Shahakian, if I'm saying it correctly. Come on down and have a seat. Ed behind her. Megan, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Megan Jalil. I am an elementary school teacher, and I am here today to show my full support for the general plan. I feel this plan would serve our community, our teachers, and our schools greatly. I care deeply about the Thousand Oaks community and the children that have the absolute privilege to grow up here. And that's why I see the great opportunity and the long-term benefits of the general plan. The plan would support everyone in our city community, and it would specifically support teachers like me who deserve to live locally in the community they serve. I respectfully ask that you say yes to the general plan, and I thank everyone who has worked for years to put this plan together.
Next up, we have Ed Shahakian, if I'm saying it correctly. And after Ed, we have Joanna Jones. Go ahead and begin when you're ready. We got 1 minute. Clerk is taking care of that. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ed Sahakian. I'm the chair of the Chamber of Commerce here in the Conejo Valley. I have been a resident of Thousand Oaks for the last 34 years, the last 26 years in Newbury Park. Our chamber has been active in the general plan process since 2019 and has seen incredible progress made by the City Council, Advisory Committee, and city staff in conjunction with the community feedback and brings a holistic and balanced vision for our next 2 decades. The plan supports strategic economic development, including workforce housing, which is very much needed, while carefully balancing the needs of our community and protecting our community. To emphasize our support for this, I'd ask the members of the chamber who are here to please stand.
15 seconds.
On behalf of the 700 members representing over 40,000 jobs, we urge you to approve the general plan this evening.
Next up, we have Joanna Jones, and after Joanna, I have Tim McDougall.
Hi, my name is Johanna Jones. I'm a private practice mental health therapist. We're confronted with a big issue that has not got mentioned since it was first reported, was the high levels of depression that were reported at the conception of doing the information for this general plan. While everybody loves Thousand Oaks, there was an unusually high amount of depression that was here, which was nothing but an invitation for change and revitalization for the sense of community. The general plan is a promise of this reconfiguration of space to revitalize feelings of community and use of space. The Borchard parcel represents a fresh opportunity to push forward toward a better tomorrow. Acceptance of the general
15
plan
seconds.
is the right decision for this city and one that demonstrates the council's capacity for progress in a time where growth is usually fumbled by fear. Thank you.
Before we, Tim, go ahead and stand up to the microphone. You gave me an idea, Ed, here. We've had people voting yes and no on the general plan. For council members to get a straw vote here, all those in favor of accepting the general plan, would you all please rise so we get an idea from an audience perspective how many like the general plan as is? Give council an idea as to where we are. All right, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat now. Conversely, those that wish not to have the general plan go through, please, hold on just a second. Don't stand up just yet. Let everyone sit down. Okay, now go ahead and stand up for those that oppose the general plan. Terrific. Thank you so much for that straw vote. We'll continue on with the public comment. All right, Tim, thank you for the interruption there. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Greetings, City Council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Tim McDougall. I am here tonight as a resident of Thousand Oaks, specifically Newberry Park, but I'm here speaking on behalf of the Conejo-Simi Moorpark Association of Realtors. We represent about 2,000 members in our community. We serve 5 different cities, and I'm going to read a quick letter here. The Conejo-Simi Moorpark Association of Realtors strongly supports the City of Thousand Oaks General Plan Update 2045. Many of our members attended the community outreach programs during which this plan was developed. We believe it is an appropriate plan for the future and makes Thousand Oaks stronger in all the ways stated, especially the inclusion of more housing. The update addresses a variety of critical needs and other housing elements, including workforce opportunities, the enhancement of the downtown area, and I just hope that we can move this forward. Thank you for your time.
Karen Wilburn, and then after that is Jennifer Gross. Karen, you've got 1 minute. No, it's okay. I didn't call you down. I'm sorry. And Jennifer Gross, if you could go ahead and have a seat behind, that would be excellent.
Thank you.
Take your time setting up, Karen. Your time won't begin until you start speaking.
Good evening. I'm Karen Wilburn. I ask you to approve the general plan with the revision of taking the Borchard parcel off. You've read my letter, so I just want to summarize. Newberry Park does not support this. Do not ignore the residents who are most affected. I have spoken with HCD, and they have confirmed that this will not affect the housing element as long as the RENA sites are rezoned. So you can approve it without that and get that rezoned. The 1,100 units can be allocated to other portions of the city. It's just a matter of staff doing the work. The EIR was a citywide review and not project-specific. Total build-out will remain the same, so spreading these units throughout the city will have lesser impact.
15 seconds.
You don't have a recommendation from the Planning Commission, and even Commissioner McMahon, who voted for the general plan, opposed mixed use in 2021. So please be bold and courageous when you cast your vote tonight. Thank you.
Jennifer, go ahead and you're up, and then after that would be Hala Maher and the chair behind. Jennifer, hold on just a minute. We have to reset the clock. Okay, when you're ready, feel free to begin.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Gross. I'm a 42-year resident of Newberry Park.
One of the things I'd like to address is something in staff report, that the only support for the orchard change was based on the 2021 survey without acknowledgement of the survey's credibility issues. No mention was made of the briefing book, in which 85% of over 200 comments are opposed to the orchard change. We also didn't mention the 66 of 68 comment cards and the 24 pages of written comment. No comments were made about the statistically valid survey of the 1,108 Newbury Park households which was presented in May. I'd also like to say that I've heard numerous times here that the
15
use
seconds.
of mixed use would be used exclusively at council's recommendation, exclusively twice, for changing commercial to include residential. The Borchard property is the only one that went residential
Paula Maher,
to mixed
go ahead and
use.
step up to the microphone, and behind her will be Diane McKay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Hala Maher, and I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks and also a member of the Ventura County Taxpayers Association. I believe that we have submitted a letter to all of you in support of the general plan. The general plan is a broad plan for city development for the next 20 years. When developer projects come forward, each is decided on its own merit. If the general plan is not approved tonight, the city opens to developers to come in and develop what they wish, such as high-rise buildings, with the blessing of the state. This is a developer's remedy. The general plan protects our city to
15
be what
seconds.
we want. I ask that you please move forward with approving this plan, and I'm a resident of Newbury Park, and I support the Borchard plan. Thank you.
Next up, we have Diane McCain, and behind Diane McKay, we have Trevor Zierhut. Trevor, come on down, have a seat. Go ahead, and Diane, begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm Diane McKay. I moved here about more than 100,000 people ago. I've raised 4 children here, and I have had 2 businesses here. Our elected leaders and our incredible staff have worked on being focused on smart and slow growth. This plan continues that with the housing element and the general plan amendment. It went through thoughtful, rigorous, and transparent process that invited and, in fact, begged people to participate. This is the final stop. I have not heard anything to make me think that leaders will now risk the beauty of our city and also meet the needs of our local employers, residents, and those looking to downsize, young professionals that may not be ready to buy. Please vote in favor of moving this general plan forward. I just want to say in 1970, the Conejo Chamber of Commerce said that there would be a shortage of affordable rental units with the master plan that was done in 1970. Let's fix it tonight. Thanks.
Trevor Zierhut, or Trevor, are you here tonight? I don't see Trevor. So we're going to move forward with Gary Hartung. Gary, are you here? Speak now. Gary, I don't see Gary. Tim McCarthy, are you here? Tim, come on down, and behind Tim, we have Sharon Maradian. Have a seat behind.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. From what I have learned, if the city does not adopt a general plan, then the state can use its tyrannical leadership powers to force development into our area and will not abide by our local policies and procedures. If this is true, then the citizens should look at who they are voting for at the state level, because that's where the injustices are being created, not at the city council level. Ideally, the city should join other cities and sue the state overreach, but we all know that would lead to further lawsuits from the state punishing us for representing the people. Again, elections have consequences. I approve this plan. However, I do have one request. How will you prevent investors from buying the new homes and just renting them out at high cost to the very people we are trying to help get into those homes? Adding more rentals to our
15
area is
seconds.
not the solution to attracting new businesses nor keeping our children nearby. We need the new homes to go to the people that have been raising their voices for years, not to the people or groups taking advantage of the situation. Thank you.
Sharon Maradian, and then Gail Hubbs, Hubbs, if I'm saying that correctly. Go ahead, begin when you're ready. Actually,
evening.
hold on just a moment. There we go. Now we're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Sharon Maradian. I was born in Thousand Oaks, and I feel proud to say I've spent my entire life here. The education I received here was second to none, and to this day, one of my most profound memories was my kindergarten teacher who would always say, "Luck favors the prepared." Luck favors the prepared. As I speak to members of our community, fellow classmates, and young parents, they tell me about their struggles, and I see how unprepared for the future we really are. Most cities update their general plan, community needs, and prepare every 10 years, not Thousand Oaks. Our general plan is the original from 1970. I was not born yet, but I imagine that 53 years ago, they planned so carefully to allow us to be this lucky. However, the 53-year-old plan has
15
outlived
seconds.
its useful life, and I express my full support for the general plan, and I want to thank everyone who was involved in making it. Thank you.
Gail Hubbs, you're up, and then after that will be Andrew Pletcher. Andrew, come on down. Is Gail here? I don't see Gail. Andrew, come on down, and behind that will be Jackson Piper. Jackson, are you actually here in the audience? Oh, wow. Usually see him on Zoom. Jackson, come on down. You're in the seat behind. Andrew, begin when you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Andrew Pletcher. I'm a resident of Newbury Park, and I'm speaking tonight in my individual capacity as a former planning commissioner and one of the only other people here tonight to have worked on a general plan update and housing element for a Southern California city. At its core, the general plan is a blueprint or a constitution for land use development and resource decisions. It is a long-term document that does not speak to a specific development of a particular parcel or project. At its heart, the general plan is a document that speaks to 8 core elements. That includes important topics such as land use and housing, both of which are crucial for ensuring the development of affordable workforce and missing middle housing, which is community desperately needs. It is the future of Thousand Oaks. So as you consider your vote this evening, please realize that a vote in the affirmative is a vote for affordable and missing middle housing. Thank you.
Next up, we have in the flesh Mr. Jackson Piper, who we usually see on Zoom. Mr. Piper, it's a pleasure to have you here, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and gathered residents of Thousand Oaks. My name is Jackson Piper. Yes, I actually do exist. I'm not just a Zoom bot. I am a resident of unincorporated Newbury Park, have been for over 3 decades. I am also a housing advocate with Ventura County YIMBY, Thousand Oaks Livability Action Network, and Conejo Valley Housing Coalition, but I'm actually speaking here today as an urbanist and a housing advocate outside of those organizations. I'm asking you to please approve the general plan as it is presented here today. We have spent a long time preparing this plan, working on it hard, and I know it's not perfect. I would definitely like to see more housing, potential for affordable housing in it, but I believe it's the best we can get for now, and it's a great foundation to build off of. It would be tragic if we spent more years and lost even more control of the state, so please approve this general plan and move us forward. Thank you.
Mr. Tim Stanley, is Tim here? There you go, Tim. And Jeff D. Domenico. Jeff, you'll be behind. Come on down. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Tim Stanley. My family has resided in the city of Thousand Oaks for 40 years. I also represent the developer applicant on the 500 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard project, which is up for consideration for the city in the next couple of months. And we urge you to support the general plan and the city's vision, which we agree with, and avoid the potential chaotic consequences from subjecting ourselves to state control if the plan is not supported. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jeff D. Domenico, and after that, Sophia D. Domenico will be behind. Go ahead, Jeff. Begin when you're ready.
All right. Thank you, City Council members. 1-2 punch. Thank you, sheriffs. You guys stood up the whole time. I appreciate you guys being here. My name is Jeff D. Domenico. I live in the area. I'm here to communicate my support of the general plan as it's written. The general plan is not all about Borchard Village project. It's more about securing city control versus state control, as we discussed earlier. By not accepting this plan, we put our city at risk. We have a housing compliance risk at our community, and we need to designate more developments like the Borchard Village project. We need more affordable housing options, and if we don't approve this plan, we put ourselves at risk with the builder's remedy. So I'm in support of approving this plan, and I'm in support of the Borchard Village project. Thank you.
Sophia D. Domenico, and after Sophia, we have John Sheridan.
Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. I'm here to show support of the general plan as presented tonight. I'm a longtime resident of Thousand Oaks. I'm a local business owner, and I just love living here. I appreciate the thorough time and consideration the city staff and consultant have taken to evaluate the framework that we need to support our city for future growth. We have a large problem on our hands. We need more housing in the area, both affordable and market value cost-effective housing. Currently, we're not meeting our RENA numbers. The average cost of a house in Thousand Oaks is over $1 million, and a rental for 3 bedrooms is about $4,000 a month. Our vacancy rent is also under 3% at 2.5%.
15 seconds.
We need a solution, and we want to keep it out of the state's hands. I trust you. I trust the members of our city staff and the council to decide how to proceed forward, and that's why I'm asking you to support the general plan as written. Thank you.
Thank you. John Sheridan. John, you're up, and after John, we have Isabel
Hello, Mayor.
Benefascilia. Isabel, you're up next, if I'm saying it correctly. Go ahead and begin when you're ready, sir.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I'm John Sheridan. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks since 1969. I live in Newbury Park, and I am part of the 92% of Newbury Park residents who are asking you to remove the mixed-use designation on the Borchard property. Please honor the people who elected you and require the property owner to bring a site-specific plan, just like every other significant property designation change in the history of this city. Why would you even consider such special treatment for this property owner? The citizens of Thousand Oaks deserve an explanation. The fact that you are considering allowing this property owner to sidestep what has been the standard practice in this city certainly raises eyebrows, and I believe should be investigated. And please stop trying to scare us with the state will come in and start building 10-story skyscrapers. I'm not buying it. Thank you.
Isabel, is she here in the audience? All right, Isabel's not here, so we're going to go to Amy Commons. Amy Commons, come on down, and then after that, Amy Chen, you'll be in the chair behind. Take your time. Then after Amy, we'll do John Herrera, but not just yet. So Amy, come on down. Is Amy Chen here? Oh, there we go. Excellent. Take your time. Time will begin at 1 minute when you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor McNamee and honorable members of the council. My name is Amy Cummins. I'm a 30-year resident of Oak Park and almost 50 years in the Conejo Valley. I am here before you tonight representing Los Robles Health System with over 1,800 staff, nurses, employees spread over 4 campuses in the Conejo Valley. I am also a vested and committed member of the GPAC committee. As one of the largest employers in Ventura County, we respectfully encourage you to approve the carefully thought out general plan presented to you before you tonight. This will ensure that generations to come will benefit from the tiered additional housing opportunities and housing diversity that is desperately needed in our rapidly growing residential program, the need for hiring new nurses, and relocating doctors and their young families as we continue to expand our footprint in the communities that we serve,
15
including
seconds.
our future comprehensive cancer center. I just want to say, I know that you, the City Council, and our foundation built like the greats of Francis Prince, Judy Lazar, Jackie Irwin, and a personal favorite, Chuck Cohen, will never let our sacred Conejo
Amy
Valley
Chen?
sacrifice.
And
Thank you for
after
your
Amy
approval.
Chen, we have John Herrera. Amy, go ahead, step on up, 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Amy Chen, resident of Westlake Village for over 25 years. My husband and I have raised our 3 children in Conejo Valley. My youngest is now a senior in Westlake High School. Needless to say, we are very invested in this community. We have an interest in what happens tonight with the proposed general plan. After review of this updated general plan, my husband and I are in full support of it. It is our understanding that it will redesign areas in town where future growth can occur while preserving the rest of the community to keep the character of Conejo Valley as we know it and love it. I want to thank the City Council and staff for all their hard work on this
15
updated
seconds.
general plan. As a longtime resident of this community, I urge the council to approve the general plan. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have John Herrera. John, are you here? I don't see John. So we're going to move with Jess Wahi, and then after that, Kinsey Flame. And after Kinsey will be John Stockley, if I'm saying it, Stokely. So Kinsey, you'll be in the chair, and then Jess, you'll be speaking. I got to find another way of saying that, being put in the chair.
Okay. Good evening, council members, city staff, consultants. Thank you for your years of work and the opportunities for engagement on our general plan. My name is Jess Wyhe, and I'm a lifelong Newbury Park resident. And Karen does not speak for me. I support the general plan wholeheartedly, and from what I want to thank the staff for their concise presentation tonight. As I understand it, we do need a certified housing element, which has been conditionally approved based on the land use map. So I'm here to ask that the City Council not just endorse, but approve the general plan tonight, and thank you so much for your time.
Kinsey Flame, and then John Stockley. If I'm saying, John, very good. Kinsey, you're up.
Good evening, City Council members. Shocker, I'm a resident of Newbury Park. We own a business. I'm also come from a long line of ranchers. I'm a 6th generation Ventura County family member, I guess you would say. I have a deeply invested future in our city because I have 2 kids that I want them to be able to grow up and have the opportunity to live here. I've actively engaged in learning about the general plan, and I commend the city staff for their efforts in keeping us informed through mailers, social media updates, informative sessions, and media outreach. I am particularly enthusiastic about the growth potential outlined in the general plan as it directly addresses the pressing issue of the housing crisis we currently face. It is my sincere hope that my children will have the option to raise their own families here. I appreciate the tireless dedication of the staff, community members, and elected officials who have collaborated to develop this plan. On a personal note, I am a property owner adjacent to the Borchard property, affectionately referred to as the Ratlands. I would love to see it as a community hub, somewhere we can go, somewhere we can enjoy. Newbury Park
John
deserves
Stockley.
it. Thank you.
Is next up. After that, Sean Anderson. Sean, are you here? There we go. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is John Steckley, and I'm pleased to be here representing Macerich and the Oaks Shopping Center. Macerich is committed to the evolution of the Oaks to respond to and meet the changing needs of the residents and economy of Thousand Oaks. Adoption of the general plan update is essential in this effort. The retail environment is shifting today and creating opportunities to expand our ability to serve the community with a wider array of complementary non-retail uses, including residential and hotel. The opportunity to develop these uses, these synergistic uses, will allow the Oaks to bring the community closer to retailers and the center's amenities while solidifying the Oaks as a sustainable, walkable, and livable destination. Consequently, Macerich has stepped up to help allocate RHNA-mandated affordable housing at the property. We're also pleased that the mixed-use designation and densities provided by the general plan update will allow us to preserve the existing and future commercial uses at the center. Thank you very much.
Sean Anderson, and then after that will be Joel Price. Joel, come on down.
Thank you, Sean Anderson, resident of Newbury Park for about 20 years. And I want to thank everybody for the great work on the general plan, and would encourage the adoption of that with the not change to the Borchard property. I work on various properties across the world, New Orleans, Eastern Turkey, Lahaina, and one of the things that we've found consistently is one of the drivers of the problems there in terms of loss of life and in terms of property damage has been some of the last intensification development of the last little bit of urbanized creeks and on wildlands urban interface. So I'd encourage us to go ahead with the general plan and all the great stuff there, but not yet promote things that might increase the impervious surfaces and things of that nature along the urbanized creeks. So with that, I'll say thank you guys, and Merry Christmas, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Joel Price, and after that, Kyle Rohrbach. Kyle, come on down.
Good evening, Joel Price, resident of Newbury Park. The sky isn't falling, but it may if you allow it to. Years of public review, user review, public input, and staff time has brought us to the point we're at tonight. In order for a city to thrive, it must grow, just as we as humans do. This general plan calls for measured growth. Housing mandates around the state that have been issued by the state, and it's up to all cities to adapt to them and plan for additional housing. Some cities have attempted to push back, but we need only look as far as Simi Valley to see the disastrous consequences of that. The proposed general plan being discussed tonight has taken into consideration all available parcels, all state laws and mandates, and presents a way forward so that we can control our own futures without state mandates. Many folks here tonight think this is all about the Borchard property, but it's not. It involves much, much more.
15 seconds.
The residential development allocated to that parcel gets us where we need to be. If not there, where? I will just say this in closing, that don't let the sky fall on us. Make the right decision and approve the general plan as it sits tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Price, I wish to apologize. I should have introduced, this man is a former council member and mayor here in Thousand Oaks, and we thank you for all that you did for us.
Thank you.
Big hand for him, please. Kyle Rohrbach, and then after that, Paul Phillips. Paul, come on down.
Good evening, City Council, staff, and the Thousand Oaks community. My name is Kyle Rohrbach. I am a board member of the Thousand Oaks Alliance for the Arts and a member of the Community Funding Review Committee, though tonight I speak to you as a lifelong resident and only as that. A reminder, the general plan is a comprehensive and wide-ranging guiding document for the city to ensure that we evolve TO sustainably, inclusively, and focused on the future. As only one example, look at Chapter 9, the arts and culture element. Importantly, it identifies several opportunities and relative mitigating goals for Thousand Oaks to support and enhance our vibrant cultural environment and creative economy within the city. Amongst others, it identifies the need for cultural equity, attracting jobs through the arts and its related economic development, public art, and a clear focus on youth arts, to name a few. Tonight, you have a responsibility to see the entirety of the general plan. Voting no not only would be short-sighted, it would signal to the community your priorities lie elsewhere than on the future.
Paul Phillips, and after Paul, we have Danielle Borgia.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm a resident of Newbury Park. I'm a retired city attorney. I understand and appreciate this entire process. I understand the fact that you have to pass a new general plan. Your old plan has served this community well. It's a wonderful community. What I would say to all of you, though, and what I would say to my cities when I represented them, you have to be careful if something that you're doing is going to make a major change to an area of your community. From what I understand and what I've learned about the Borchard property, that is the concern. You have an opportunity to pass your general comprehensive plan, which I think you should do, to safeguard the community from any the state coming in
15
and
seconds.
mandating changes. But you could exclude the Borchard property, make them come in with a specific site project plan that you can approve and know that you're doing the right thing for the future of Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Danielle Borgia, then after that, we have Michael Moreau, if I'm saying it correctly. Michael, come on down and have a seat. Danielle, it's yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Danielle Borgia, President and CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce and Thousand Oaks resident. I'd like to take the opportunity to highlight some support of the general plan from our major employers in the community, starting with Westlake Village BioPartners. We have been working closely with the city over the past 5 years to fuel the growth of the biotech hub. We care deeply about the success of this community and believe the general plan would provide a solid foundation for the next 2 decades of economic growth. Takeda. With our new manufacturing facility currently under construction, the general plan presents solutions that will make it easier to retain and attract the talent we need for the biotech community. IMT Residential. As we invest in the future of Thousand Oaks, the city needs to have a relevant general plan that sets the foundation for the decades ahead to benefit our community. And Alexandria. Our future 19-acre campus and our redeveloped buildings occupy biotech companies are possible thanks to the past consideration of economic development. The general plan has the same foresight while balancing
Next
the
up, we
evolving
have
community needs for the foreseeable future.
Moreau, Michael. And after Michael, we have Gregory Leon.
Thanks. It's Michael Maru, and thanks for allowing me to be here. Regarding the development and state mandates, I think it's a big mistake to build out Borchard. We need to spread it throughout the city. We have approximately 350 units that are going to be built right there at Borchard and Hillcrest. If you go along Hillcrest from Borchard to Bend 2, we've got probably a few thousand units there. Where Kohl's is going to be built, there's approximately 200 or 300 units there. So in that one little small area, we're looking at approximately 1,800 units. This is not quality of life, quality building, healthy development. It needs to be spread out. Too many cars, too much traffic already. It's getting worse by the day.
15 seconds.
Thank you. By doing this, you are not improving the area. You are making it worse. Spread it out. Think hard on it. And thank you very much.
Gregory Leone, is Gregory here? I don't see Gregory moving. Let's go to Lori Dingman is next one up, and then after Lori, we have R. Scott Horn. Lori, come on down, and Mr. Horn, are you here? Excellent. You'll be next up after Lori.
Good evening. My name is Lori Dingman. I'm a 50-year resident of Newbury Park. There's been a lot of word soup here tonight. We've got mixed use is where you don't want single-family homes. That's right in the middle of where you're trying to put the Borchard property mixed use. It's for flexibility in underused commercial properties. This is a residential area. You put mixed use without, in a place where it does not encroach on protected areas of town. The protected areas of town are supposed to be the residential neighborhoods. That's what was declared in this general plan update. There's a lot of scare tactics being used on this builder's remedy. And this is not a game.
Seconds.
Why are we standing up saying how many people are here? 92% of documented residents gave their signature and their address and said that they oppose this. You can take this off. You can reallocate it.
Scott Horn, you're up next. And after that, Dan Dingman. Dan, please have a seat behind. Mr. Horn, go ahead and begin when you're ready. You have 1 minute.
Hello, councilmen, staff, neighbors. My name is Scott Horn. I'm a 50-year resident of the Conejo Valley and 35 years homeowner of Newbury Park. I urge you to amend the general plan update with no land use change at the Borchard parcel tonight before you approve the general plan. My primary concern is that the Borchard parcel is a historic floodplain with an easement. Conejo Valley's European settlers found out about the flooding in Newbury Park, and they built accordingly. By the 70s, Ventura County had seen enough, and they created a flood easement on the property in order to handle stormwater runoff up to a 100-year flood. In the last 40 years, the county has documented 9 inundations where stormwater overflowed the creek's banks and Lake Newbury reformed. You simply can't change the land use without adequately addressing the floodplain easement. This is why TO did not include the Borchard parcel in the recent state-approved housing elements. I urge you to amend the GPU with no land use at the Borchard parcel, then approve it.
And after Dan Dingman, we have Leanne Nielsen. And after Leanne, we'll have Doug Nichols.
My name's Dan Dingman. I'm a 51-year resident of the Conejo Valley, 10 years in Thousand Oaks, 41 years in Newbury Park, small business owner in the city of Thousand Oaks. I'm up here today to ask you one more time to exclude the Borchard property from the general plan update. Changing the use from single-family homes to mixed use, which could be 4-story buildings, at this time would be premature at least. A disaster is more like it. If you allow the change now, you forfeit the city's ability to make changes to an overall plan once one has been developed. There is no plan to look at this point in time. You should know what you're allowing before you approve it. Common sense. Bottom line here is changing the property at this time allows a developer to do what he wants with the mixed-use umbrella, and the city of Thousand Oaks will have little to no say on what
you're up, and
buildings
after that,
he
we'll
puts
do Doug
where.
Nichols. Leanne, come on up, and Doug Nichols, you'll be in the seat behind.
My name is Leanne Nielsen, and I serve as the provost at California Lutheran University. I'm here on behalf of Cal Lutheran to express our support for the general plan. We've been impressed with the many ways that the city actively engaged the community in the general plan process over the past 4 years. We appreciate the ways that you reached out to our campus community for input and that Cal Lutheran had a seat at the table on the advisory committee. At Cal Lutheran, we recruit nationwide for faculty and administrators. Our greatest challenge in recruiting and retaining our employees is housing costs. Students graduating from Cal Lutheran have much to offer this community, but too often our graduates leave the area because of the
15
cost of
seconds.
housing. Because of this, we are pleased with the land use element, which outlines how the city intends to address the lack of housing diversity. The affordable workforce housing and the added lifestyle amenities of the downtown core will be a great addition to the city of Thousand Oaks. We encourage you
Doug
to
Nichols is
approve
up next.
the general plan.
And I'd like to acknowledge Doug Nichols' service to the community. He is the president of our Recreation and Parks community, which 85% of our residents are within an eighth mile of a wonderful park, and thank you for what you do, sir.
Mr. Mayor, may I add that Mr. Nichols is also former chair of our planning commission as
There
well.
you go. Many hats you wear. You have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you for the elevation, but I'm just a director right now, not a president, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I just wanted to take this chance to publicly express our appreciation on behalf of the Canal Recreation and Park District to city staff as they paid close attention to our comments, not only formally, but also in discussions, worked tirelessly with our staff, particularly Kelvin Parker and his team, and also it starts with the leadership at the top, Drew Powers and the executive management team. Just wanted to thank them all, because obviously when something changes with the general plan, we in turn have to address that in our master plan. So we look forward to working with you all continuously as we have over the last 60 years. It's been a great relationship. We look forward to it continuing. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Robert Wayne. Robert, are you here? Come on down, sir. Then after Robert, behind Robert, we'll have Wendy Zimmerman, if I'm saying the name correctly. No hurry. Take your time.
Good evening, everybody. Lived in the city since it's been before a city for 60 years. So before there was a city council or a mayor, I've lived in this town. This is the first time I've come to speak to the city council, and I live in the Casa Caneos. I've seen the traffic directions come through, and it's 2 lanes on Borchard Road, no shoulder, 2 lanes on Windy going in each direction. If you're planning on putting a large density of population in the Borchard parcel, you're impacting the elementary schools, the junior high. You're also impacting traffic that goes through Dos Vientos, emergency vehicles, fire departments, all of our Amazon people that need to get into the parcels. So I just want to say that I am against the current use of the Borchard parcel. I'd like you to reconsider it. And the Park and Rec gentleman that was just here, I'd love for it to be a park.
Wendy Zimmerman, you're up. After Wendy, we have Todd Smith. Todd, come on down when you're ready. Wendy, proceed when you're ready.
Wendy Zimmerman, Newbury Park. To paraphrase Johnny Cochran, if upzoning the Borchard slipper to mixed use doesn't fit out of the general plan, it must get. The slipper or Borchard, we've provided you with many excellent reasons supporting our contention that upzoning the Parcher from single-family residential to mixed use is completely incompatible with the surrounding community in Newbury Park. At the outset of the planning process, city promised to protect single-family homes. Upzoning Borchard is a breach of your promise and your duty. It creates a violation of your own policies and guidelines, which you recently reaffirmed in Resolution 2006-108, passed on November 7th.
15 seconds.
A copy of it is attached. We're opposed to it. Those who want it have dollar signs in their eyes. Please, you know that if you upzone a property, a developer will build it. Developers don't back down. Fix the problem now. Protect
Todd
all
Smith,
of
you're
TO
up,
by
and then
protecting our
Chantel-
residential community,
or
just like you are
Chantel
protecting others.
Casanova.
Thank you.
Todd, you're up, and then Chantel, am I saying the name correctly? Go ahead and have a seat behind. Thank you.
45 years ago, the property was purchased by the developer's family. They've waited 45 years to do this, and when they bought that property, it was a single access piece of property. And I live on Alice Drive. I see, and if we're talking about 1,600 cars going down Alice and Bella to make a right turn to get up on Wendy, I know what it is right now. It's not going to be pretty. It's going to be, it will reduce the current values of the homes in the Casa Caneos for sure. I don't think that we need to subsidize anybody's project on that. I would, I can go with the
15 seconds.
with the development plan X, the Borchard property, and that's what I would suggest. And I think that that's probably going to be it because I got my papers here.
Chantel, you're up, and then after
Yeah, that
Chantel, we
sounds
have
great,
Chuck Leck.
Oh,
Chantel, you're up. You'll have 1 minute when you're ready. Take your time, settle in.
Thank you.
Then we have Chuck after that. Chuck, are you here? Yes. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and neighbors. I'm Chantel Casanova, Newbury Park resident. I appreciate the general plan and stand with others in urging you to exclude the land use change for Borchard property. Only after that should the general plan be approved. The city's general plan is a long-term guide for orderly development of this community. The plan should not be subject to unreasonable and increased development pressures. It was stated that mitigation is required for air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise. These are significant harms to health. Biological and cultural resources. These are significant losses to quality of life. Transportation and utilities. These impede daily activities. Allowing land use change for Borchard property without first improving infrastructure jeopardizes our community. The 101 narrows to 3 lanes between Wendy and Moore Park,
15
creates
seconds.
a life-threatening bottleneck, throttling evacuations like during the Woolsey fire. Unstable electrical grid creates unpredictable loss of electricity, causing life-threatening conditions for elderly, those depend on medical equipment, and people rely on refrigerated medication. There is a reason the Planning Commission did not
Mr.
approve
Leck,
the general plan.
Chuck Leck is up, and then after that, Fred Fukunaga. Fred, am I getting close to correctly pronouncing your name? I'm still working on it. Fred, come on down. Mr. Leck, you're on.
Greetings, Mayor and council members. I'm Chuck Leck. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks since 1978. Tonight I'm speaking as a private resident. I attended the first city meeting that kicked off this revision of the general plan. There were over 200 people at Los Robles Greens, all ages and all incomes. At every table that night, affordable housing and a city center were identified by the citizens as the 2 most important issues that we should consider. In a subsequent meeting, attendees were asked to approach a group of city maps and put pins into the areas where they thought it would make sense to put more housing. This was truly democracy in action. What we have to do is compete with
15 seconds.
Other cities and even other states to attract good developers and good businesses to be able to come here. This plan will help us do that. Thank you.
Fred, you're up next. Fred, when you get to the podium, pronounce your name for me, last name. And Rick Schrader. Rick, you're on next. Go ahead and come on down. Fred, how do I do this? Fukunaga.
Call me Fred.
Fred's good. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm Fred Fukunaga, 27-year resident, homeowner in Thousand Oaks. I would like to address the proposed general plan on which you are voting today. In my mind, it will be the most consequential vote I will be witnessing during my attendances at these council meetings. In general, I see the general plan as proposed as great, with one important exception. In the land use element of the plan, the vacant Borchard lot, which has been tentatively designated as mixed-use zoning versus the original residential zoning. In my layman's opinion, I envision the greater traffic generated as a result of the proposed mixed-use zoning will greatly affect the adjacent single-family neighborhoods in a negative manner. Yes, the business taxes generated by the commercial entities and the additional workforce and affordable housing created
Thank you,
in a
Fred.
mixed-use zoning
Next up, we have
will
Rick
benefit the
Schrader.
city.
Rick Schrader.
On the other hand,
Is
it
up-
may be at the cost of the quality of living of the affected single-family neighborhoods.
Fred,
Is it worth it then?
Your time's up.
Thank you so much.
Rick
And
Schrader.
God bless you on your vote. And I thank you, city council members, for your conscientious work.
Rick, you're up. And after that, we have Mr. Chuck Cohen.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, City staff, I'm Rick Schrader, President of Many Mansions. Many Mansions is a nonprofit affordable housing and service provider founded and headquartered here in the city of Thousand Oaks. Our mission is to provide affordable housing to those in our community most in need, and we strongly support all the recommendations set forth in the staff report, especially the recommendations implementing the housing element and adopting the new general plan. The proposed changes offer more flexibility and innovation in the city's land use policy. Without a certified housing element, Many Mansions and other nonprofit developers cannot receive much of the state affordable housing funding. The general plan and the housing element are comprehensive and forward-looking. Don't let one parcel unravel all of this. We urge the City Council to adopt these recommendations. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Chuck Cohen, and after Chuck Cohen, we have James Clark. You have 1 minute.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Chuck Cohen, and my appreciation to Kelvin, Kristen, Ian, and Mr. Ramey for a job well done. As the signatory mayor of the existing general plan, on behalf of the City Council of 1971, members of whom I have not contacted, but hopefully Ed Jones won't reproach my presentation, saying it's about time. You have our support. We'll look at this action as basically what it is, guidelines for the future. And as it unrolls, as it will most assuredly will require some continuing refinement. Thank you so much.
Mr. Cohen, you're also former mayor here, is that correct?
Pardon me?
You're also former mayor here, correct?
Thank you.
And also a council member, yes. Thank you for, again, what you did, where we are today. It's because of you. Mr. Clark, you're up. After James Clark, we have Pavel Bonadurenko, if I'm close. Go ahead and proceed. You've got 1 minute.
Hi, my name is James Clark, a lifetime resident of Newbury Park. The biggest lie in this room is that the contents of the general plan are unchangeable. It was just confirmed today both by Sean Danilo and Chief Melinda Coy of the Housing and Community Development Department have confirmed that removing Borchard will not affect approval of the housing element since it was included in the RENA numbers. No parcel in the history of the city has made such drastic change without a site-specific plan. We demand that you protect the residents and require a site-specific plan. Will this require more work of the property owner and the city? Yes, but this process is not supposed to be easy. You can remove the mixed-use designation on the Borchard parcel and still pass the plan. Do the work to allocate the 1,100 units that will need to be moved. This can be done. Thank you.
Next up, we have...
Pavel Bondarenko. Good evening, everybody.
Say the last name again.
Bondarenko.
I'll leave it be. All right, and after that, we'll go to Zoom with Carol Shelton. Proceed, you've got 1 minute, thank you.
Good evening. After 20 years in Thousand Oaks, I am observing that our roads, schools, and parks become increasingly crowded. A TO community vision is to keep TO as a quiet, sleeping city. Voters and taxpayers of Southern Oaks do not need more people housing and businesses. We're already here and we're happy here. Is it selfish? Yes. Is it will of the people? Yes. Execute the will of the people. What we do with Sacramento laws deal with this. Push back, find the way, work for the people. If state will come, we will vote them out. We will re-elect them. And thank you for your work.
What I'm going to do is, before I go to Zoom, I'm going to finish up with the 3 other people here in the audience. Joan Edwards. Joan, would you please come on down? After Joan, Randy Murrow. Randy, have a seat behind. Then after that will be Cindy Goldberg. So come on up, Joan, and take your time and proceed when you're ready.
I'm Joan Edwards. I live in the Westlake Village parcel part of 1,000 Oaks.
I basically just think we need to vote on the housing element because I think it's too confusing the way it is. I think if you asked 100 people who lived in Thousand Oaks, none of the people here, they don't count. Anybody think there's not enough traffic here? Oh my gosh. Anyway, I was here when Andy Fox got elected on Measure E. He promised that once enough units were distributed, which happened, he would make sure that people got a vote. Well, they sniggled out of that. And then I was here when Mr. Parker was hired, and I
15
figured,
seconds.
okay, thank you.
No, you're not
I
done yet.
just-
You have 15 seconds. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I have
Keep
15
going.
seconds?
Yes.
Well, and I also saw so many things constructed with a promise of affordable housing never happened.
Next
They
up,
get out of it somehow.
next up, we have Randy Maru. Am I close? Then after Randy, we have Cindy Goldberg.
Hello, my name is Randy Maru. I'm a 38-year lifetime resident of Newbury Park, and I currently live here now and raising my family here. And I can't pretend that I know a lot or anything really about the general plan and the details of it. Sure, it can paint a pretty picture, but my concern for you is that you'll think of and really take into consideration the density and the just the traffic, the congestion that it can or will bring. It's in your hands. You have a big responsibility here. When I grew up here, no traffic. There's a lot of traffic now, and it's just going to get worse and worse. And at the Borchard 101, if I'm understanding everything, not just the Borchard parcel, but of the 4 quadrants of Borchard and 101, there's 3 developments going in that are going to bring 1,500 to 2,000 units. It's just crazy. It's going to be nuts. That's right where I live. They're all within a quarter mile as the crow flies. Please consider the high density, the impact that this plan might bring.
Cindy Goldberg. After Cindy, then we'll go over to Zoom, begin with Carol Shelton.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Goldberg, and I'm here as a proud resident of Thousand Oaks. Like many of us, I moved here for the beautiful open spaces and parks and the amazing, exceptional public schools. I've been fortunate enough to have been involved in our beloved schools for over 20 years. And one of the great benefits of having such tremendous assets in our city is that they make fantastic partners in strategic community plans such as this general plan update. I just want you all to know that as a resident and a community volunteer, I am confident that our schools are eager and happy and prepared to maintain their excellence and provide support for the city's vision and efforts for the future of Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
I'd like to also recognize Cindy Goldberg work at the school board for our wonderful schools that we have here in Conejo Valley. Thank you so much for what you do. Big hand for her. Next up, we have Carol Shelton. Carol is on Zoom. Carol, go ahead and begin when you're ready.
My name is Carol Shelton, and I live in Thousand Oaks. I am here as a resident and on behalf of Autism Society Ventura County and their advocacy committee. The Autism Society focuses its advocacy on quality of life issues for those with autism and their families. I will share a snippet of our vision statement. Ventura County is the best place in the world to live for autistic individuals. We are in support of the general plan and housing element as submitted. We recognize all of the hard work that went into these documents and the potential consequences if they aren't approved tonight. While we understand the general plan is about more than housing, we also see that without adequate affordable housing, people with autism will experience the ripple effects throughout their lives. We're hopeful that the needs of people with autism and other neurodevelopmental disorders
15 seconds.
for and considered as this plan is implemented. We work very hard to empower autistic people and their families to advocate in their communities because our perspectives are needed when these decisions are made. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up is Clint Foltz, and after Clint, we'll do Kat Selm. Clint, go ahead and begin.
Hello, my name is Clint Foltz. I'm a current resident of Thousand Oaks and a member of the Conejo Climate Coalition, the Conejo Housing Coalition, and Ventura County Yes in My Backyard. Speaking as a member of the Conejo Climate Coalition, I'd like to say that I'm disappointed that our recommendations based on the best available science didn't make it into the addenda and errata memo. Despite the shortcomings of the General Plan 2045, I'd like to see the plan implemented. This plan is a good first step in directing our community towards a healthy and sustainable future. We can't risk losing forward momentum now. We are facing a housing crisis in addition to the climate crisis. We have no time to waste in building a healthy, just, resilient, minimal waste, regenerative, fossil fuel-free community that will thrive and prosper for generations into the future. The people in this
15
community,
seconds.
please implement the general plan. Thank you, and thank you for all the work that the city's done on the plan.
Next up, we have Kat Selm. Kat, begin when you're ready. After that will be Sally Hibbets. Go ahead, begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members and staff. Thank you for all your hard work. My name is Kat, and I'm a member of the Conejo Housing Coalition and Conejo Climate Coalition. One major focus of a general plan should be working to address the problems that we'll face in the future, like housing insecurity and climate change. This plan makes some serious strides to address these issues, and therefore I'm overall supportive of the plan. However, I want to encourage council to review Conejo Climate Coalition's well-researched comment letter, most of which directly related to concerns about and recommendations for improvements to the general plan, not any other future planning efforts. Some of these concerns included Goal 4.7 to remove parcels from the 100-year floodplain, recommendations for increased wildlife connectivity, and protection of our groundwater-dependent ecosystems. So please review that comment letter. It's actually in your supplemental package.
15 seconds.
Prior, and yeah, thank you for your time tonight and for listening to all of the community concerns.
Next up, we have Sally Hibbets, and after Sally, Jeff Schwartz. Sally, go ahead and begin when you're ready. Sally, you with us? Bottom left, you can unmute your Zoom. Okay, Sally, we'll come back to you. I don't hear you right now. Jeff Schwartz. Jeff, go ahead and unmute. You can begin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jeff Schwartz from TO. Private property rights are a basic human right, protected by the U.S. Constitution, Bill of Rights, and California Constitution. This plan is highly flawed in that it does not uphold the basic rights of property owners. The worst part of this plan dictates subsidized housing, which forces us to pay more money for our housing so others can get a free ride at our expense. The plan should not call for bribing and bullying of property owners and developers to build things they wouldn't otherwise build. Central government planning like this constitutes a form of socialism and Marxism. Tyranny from Sacramento is not a valid excuse for us to implement our own socialism at the local level. We should reject socialism and central planning from both Sacramento and our city councils. Liberty lovers should recognize and say no to socialism, which is the gravest threat to our freedoms today.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Scott Zimmerman. After Scott, we'll do Willard Lupka. Scott, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yes, good evening. My name is Scott Zimmerman with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. Living locally, working, recreating in the vicinity of the project, believe that City should incorporate language into the proposed general plan update requiring that residential, commercial, or any mixed-use developments be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay prevailing wage, utilize our local apprenticeship programs from state certified apprenticeship training. This is a way in moving forward of protecting our future here locally. Thank you.
Willard Lupka, you're up, and after Willard, we have B. Sosa.
Mr. Lupka is not on, and neither is Ms. Sosa.
Does that mean we have no more speakers?
Unless Ms. Hibbets can unmute.
Ms. Hibbets, Sally, are you there? Sally, go ahead and the bottom left of your screen, there's a microphone. Click on that to unmute. Okay. So we can't get Sally Hibbets on board, so we're going to take a 20-minute break here. So we'll be back in 20 minutes to address questions. Before we adjourn, though, before we take the break, I want to announce that on written statements, both online and in person, we had in favor of the general plan 101, against the general plan 397. We'll take a 20-minute break. go ahead and start making your way back. Council members, come on down. Staff, come on down too. All righty. Good deal. All right, we're at 20 minutes. So TOTV will be going here. We'll start here shortly. We have a quorum. Actually, we can begin. Just a few more staff members to come on back.
Good, how are you?
We have one more council member here. Mr. Adam, are you around? As soon as we get a city attorney and a council member back, we'll get started here. We're one of two. All righty, let's come back to order. We have concluded our public comment section and like to go to staff response to public comment. I'm first going to turn it over to City Manager Drew Powers. Mr. Powers.
I think our team's prepared for responses to some of the comments we heard.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Thank you all for those public comments. Just want to preface, I'm going to start with some of the responses. I think staff will add on to that. But I just want to preface this with, my firm has worked on many general plans across the state, and the types of conversations that we're having of concern about the change in the character, changing parcels before, in designations before projects come in, the passion that we're hearing, is very common. It is not uncommon to have this as part of a general plan, to have different opinions about directions of a community. And so just to sort of preface all of this by, it is common. We are in an era now where there are state requirements related to housing, and those state requirements are having an impact on how local governments operate. And so we're seeing that here this evening, and we see that all across the state in cities large and small about how that happens. Getting into some specific responses to some of the public comments. One of the public comments, actually a number of public comments were, why can't we just pull out the housing element and adopt the housing element without the rest of the general plan? And everything is tied together, and that's the reason why we can't do that. The implementation of the housing element is tied to the implementation of the land use map within the housing element. And basically, a vote on the housing element without the general plan is not really a vote on the general plan. It's not really a vote on the housing element because they're so tied together. So we need the general plan so the housing element can get adopted so that the zoning can be implemented. There are also questions about why can't we just pull out the Borchard property and adopt everything else without that? What would happen if we did that was we would actually not have certainty. First of all, we'd have to reallocate those housing units, and it's not a small number of housing units. We'd have to go back and look at whether that change to where it would be reallocated would actually have an impact on the environmental document and on all of the traffic analysis, the GHG analysis, the air quality analysis, the noise analysis. So we'd have to go back and do all of that. So yes, it's possible to do that, but we need to know where it would go. And then we'd have to go back and work with our technical team to figure out what that would look like and the impacts that it would have on the overall process. There were comments about why can't we just, we should actually have plans before we change a land use designation. There are hundreds and hundreds of parcels that have a change in a land use designation as part of this plan. It's not just the Borchard property. The Oaks, Jans, they're all changing land use designation, and many, many, many other parcels. The village centers are changing to allow some residential. There are no plans in place for that. The city has taken on looking at plans before changing a designation because it hasn't had a general plan in over 50 years. And so this is that opportunity to move beyond that and do what most cities do, which is to actually have a process and have a vision and let the plans come in. The plans would still need to go through public review, would still need to go through the environmental review process, all of the technical analysis. And that holds for the Borchard property, it holds for every large major development that would happen in the city. A point of note is that the Borchard property is the only property, the only single parcel in the city that has specific language to it. This is a recognition of the concern from the community and all of the ideas, and the recognition that what happens there needs to be done sensitively, and it needs to make sure that there is guidance in place before there is any plan that is put forward. There were also comments and questions about mixed use and why mixed use is not commercial relative to Measure E. And I think the simple answer is that mixed use is not commercial. Commercial does not allow residential. Mixed use allows residential. Mixed use is not in Measure E, commercial is in Measure E. Mixed use is a completely different land use designation. So mixed use is different than commercial. And then there's a question about why can't we vote on the general plan. The vote is triggered by changes in Measure E or changes in increasing the capacity or increasing the acres of commercial or increasing the residential capacity, and neither of those are happening. So with that, I'm going to turn it to staff to see if there's anything that I missed that should be added to this.
That would conclude staff's responses at this point.
Thank you. Council members, any questions of staff regarding the comments that were made? We good? Okay, super. We got one. Mr. Newman, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to follow up on a comment just now that if I understood correctly, it was mixed use is not commercial. Mixed use does have a commercial component, does it not? Or it may have.
Sure, it has a residential component too.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's mixed use.
But if, taking the Tio Ranch project as an example, while I understand the allocations are sliding and the percentages can differ, that would be designated mixed use, and it does have a commercial component, correct?
It does, and I'll just jump in there because Matt's not familiar with the details of the Tio Ranch project.
Sure.
So the project itself does have 15,000 square feet of commercial, whereas it has 420 residential units. 554 of them are in an affordable category. It has a couple of different residential types that are separate and apart and in buildings unattached to the commercial, and that it would be a townhome type product that's in the rear of the property, and then there's an apartment building which incorporates some of the commercial with residential parking down below. But the site in and of itself largely, which is almost 11 acres, it turned from a purely commercial designation to what is essentially a residential project with a token amount of commercial.
Yeah, and in general, I would agree that the recent projects we've approved that are mixed-use projects, the proportion of commercial is much smaller than, for example, all of Jan's Marketplace or all of Oaks Mall, which are purely commercial. However, that wasn't my question. My question is, there is non-zero commercial. We can argue about the proportion, but it's some non-zero amount. And yet, we are counting the commercial square footage, whatever it is, even if it's small, we're counting that as zero. Is that correct? When we count a mixed-use designation parcel, is that correct?
Not sure I understand the question.
There's a statement in the staff report that there has been a 30% reduction in the amount of commercial square footage citywide. Is it?
The commercial acreage?
Yeah. Yeah, there's 30% reduction. I think, if I understood this correctly, and please correct me if I'm misinterpreting this, I don't think that means there are 30% fewer commercial businesses or square footage in town, but rather by virtue of the way we are proposing to account for that any of the commercial stuff, be it large or small, that's in a mixed-use designation, that count is now zero, correct?
So there are examples of projects such as the 88 Long Court project, where it went from purely commercial designation to 100% residential. And in this instance of the TL Ranch that you're mentioning, is there zero commercial on it? No, there's 15,000 square foot incorporated
Yeah,
into
and
the
what I'm
project.
asking is, how much of that 15,000 square feet is counted toward total commercial square footage under the draft general plan update? I think the answer is zero, but
I think there's some, I'll just say very broadly, confusion between existing use versus land use designation and versus commercial square footage versus land use acres that are designated as commercial only. So mixed use is a land use designation that allows commercial and residential. What we have seen is that the majority of the projects coming in are primarily residential. Yes, they have a commercial component, but those parcels are designated as mixed use, and their primary use is residential. So they, even if they have a small commercial component, they're primarily residential.
what I'm trying to find out is whether the commercial component of the, small though it may be, gets counted.
But it's and maybe the city attorney could help me out, but I think that Measure E talks about the acres of land designated for commercial, not the commercial square footage. Housing is different. Housing is the number of units, and Measure E identified housing units, not acres of residential. Measure E identified commercial acres and not
that.
commercial square footage.
Let me rephrase the question. Is any of the commercial acreage counted in this new mixed-use designation? Or are we just zeroing that out?
Anything that is now mixed use is now mixed use. So there were parcels that were designated previously in the existing general plan as commercial that are now mixed use, that allow residential and commercial. And what we've seen is mostly residential. And those are counted not as commercial, they are counted as mixed use in the land use designations.
So that commercial acreage, therefore, by virtue of its new mixed-use designation, that commercial acreage is zeroed out, correct?
It is now mixed use.
It is now-
I'm not tracking the zeroed out.
What I mean by zeroed out is that when we are accounting for commercial acreage in the city, we are not counting any commercial component of a mixed-use project, even if it's a small part. We're not counting the acreage of that. We're calling it 100%. We're counting the residential units in that designation, but we're not counting the commercial. Do I understand that correctly?
Well, and that's because Measure E, and again, this is, there is commercial. Yes, you are correct. Measure E didn't write it, but it uses one measure, which is acres of land designated for a use with commercial. And it uses a different measure, which is number of units allowed as the measure for residential. And so what I'm hearing you say is that we should be looking at the square footage of commercial on a project like that, and that should count towards commercial.
Mr. Ramey, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
It
then
is
I'm-
what the municipal code of the city of Thousand Oaks says. It is adopted by this city council in resolution 2011-65 that there is an existing law on the books, and then there is a land use amendment based on that resolution subsequently that says that because of Measure E, we account for commercial acreage a different way than what you have just described.
So
And
you're referring to...
my discomfort here, what I'm struggling with is we have a law in the books, and it says, here's how you count commercial acreage. And we're now proposing to count commercial acreage in mixed-use projects at 0. And I'm trying to reconcile those things.
So you're, if I'm just making sure I'm understanding, you're referring to the definition of commercial and residential in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan. Is that correct?
I'm saying we have actually two laws on the books. Measure E is the law, we have to follow it. And it says, as you pointed out, we count commercial in acreage, not square footage, my mistake. And we have this accounting method that was set up when we did the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, and subsequently did a land use, a general plan amendment based on that does count commercial.
Yeah.
And now, under this new method, we are not counting commercial.
That's
And
correct.
I'm trying to understand how we reconcile the two.
Yeah, so let me see if I can help out with that. Now I get what you're saying, so I apologize that I wasn't tracking before. So we talked about Measure E and how Measure E talks about commercial acreage. The specific plan, the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan, is a specific plan for a portion of the city. It is only for that portion of the city, and specific plans are subservient to general plans. So once the general plan is changed, the general plan becomes the law of the land, and essentially the specific plan would need to be updated. That's the verticality that I talked about earlier, about vertical consistency. It doesn't go up, it goes down. So it starts with the general plan as setting those definitions, and then the specific plans adapt to that. So what would need to happen after the adoption of the general plan is that the definition of mixed use that is in the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan would not be valid, and that specific plan would need to be updated and amended to have the calculation of mixed use.
So I think this is probably more likely a question for our city attorney, but I'll just throw it out there. Does that mean that as part of the implementation going forward, that the resolution that put the Thousand Oaks Boulevard specific plan in place, that it would be null and void and would be superseded by this new method where we don't count commercial and mixed use?
I think what Mr. Ramey is referring to, again, the Teal Boulevard specific plan created the residential commercial land use designation. The intention of that new land use designation was to prioritize commercial with a minimal amount of residential. Mixed use is completely the opposite of that, okay? Let's start with that premise.
Right.
But more importantly, as Mr. Ramey is saying, the specific plan is based on your general plan. When you have a general plan, as we talked about the initiation of all those subsequent actions, it will involve changes to our development standards, our general zoning codes, and our specific plans.
Right. So my question is we've got this law in the books and subsequent general plan amendment. Would those because of the verticality that to use the term of art,
right.
Would those be no longer valid? Would those be null and void because we're now going to account for things a different way?
What it means is that everything now has to be consistent with the general plan. It's not just the Teal Boulevard specific plan that's going to undergo revisions. It's numerous specific plans that will have to be revised to be consistent with the general plan.
I'm aware that there's lots of revisions. I'm asking.
I'm not
though,
understanding the question then, I guess.
We have a law on the books.
We have a lot of specific plans that are laws on the books.
Right.
And those laws will be changed.
We have a general plan amendment on the books. And I chose this one in particular because you were the city attorney at the time this amendment was was adopted.
Which one was it?
This is 2014, it's 3157 Teal Boulevard. It actually reduced the amount of commercial.
Right.
But I chose this because number one, it names a specific acreage, and it says we're reducing it by this number.
Correct.
So it's not zero.
Correct.
Versus what we're doing here tonight.
But
So what I'm asking is, does this method of accounting and all these previous laws that are on the books, they go away because we're changing the accounting method here?
I guess I'm uncomfortable with your saying that it just goes away. What the general plan does is it sets up the requirement to make changes to our development standards, our zoning codes, our specific plans. All of these are laws to be consistent with your general plan. You are adopting a brand-new general plan that also includes a brand-new land use designation of mixed use. So now what we have to do is we have to adopt new laws, new zoning codes, new development standards, new specific plans that are consistent with this newly adopted general plan, including this new land use designation of mixed use.
Final question about mapping onto Measure E, because the whole purpose of this general plan amendment was for Measure E compliance, and there were concepts of banks. There's this many residential units, there's this many commercial units.
Right.
If we're no longer counting commercial under this new system, what happens to Measure E compliance? Do the banks just have zero deposits or withdrawals from now on?
Well, first of all, you have 100% commercial land use designations in the city. So that will remain, So,
I'm asking specifically about the mixed-use properties.
but that's what, again, you got to let me answer the question. There's commercial, so there's always going to be commercial. So you're concerned about elimination of a bank. There's still going to be strictly commercial projects. You know, an example, again, the Long Court project was strictly commercial, was 100% commercial, and then was converted to 100% residential. So there's an example of where you would say those 2 acres go into a bank, for lack of a better words of saying it. So banks will still exist in that commercial, in those commercial zones. The mixed use zone is different though, because it is a newly created land use designation. I'm looking at my staff to see if I explained it correctly. Tilden,
Yes.
do you want to jump in on the mixed use designation?
Can I hope I'm not overstepping by saying this, so I apologize. But the concept of the bank was created in order to enable mixed use to occur on the boulevard, right? It was, we're taking capacity from elsewhere, and we're saying that there's
Yeah,
now
we used a
capacity.
different term. It was commercial residential, but yes,
So
it was
commercial
mixed use.
residential,
It was
yes.
mixed use.
Yes, commercial residential. So where there's like a bank that you can draw from and pull out. That bank no longer exists because the capacity is on each parcel at this point. That is what the land use designation map does. It identifies the capacity, the maximum capacity on each parcel. So there's no longer a pulling from a amorphous bank down into a specific project. If there's a parcel on Thousand Oaks Boulevard that says you can build 30 units an acre, you don't need to go find where that's coming from. You don't need a bank. That is already allocated to those parcels.
If that bank goes away, I think you just exempted all mixed-use designations from Measure E consideration, because they don't get banked. No deposit, no withdrawal.
Mixed-use designation was never accounted for in Measure E. This is a new designation that's coming forward. It's not a designation that was attributed or counted as part of Measure E.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there any other questions of council or staff? Before I close the public hearing, I would like to compliment all of you as I came back in after the 20-minute break and saw everyone mingling down here, talking to each other. This is where neighbors get to know neighbors and neighbors become friends. And the best part is, I think we should do more contentious kind of legislation up here, because that brings all of you out to meet each other. So I'd like to say thank you very much for the congeniality here. That was quite wonderful. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and like to move into council discussion and motion. Mr. Adam.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And I, too, would like to compliment our audience on your good behavior and your restraint. It's much appreciated. And I will say that although there's differing opinions out there, you all have one thing in common: you care about the city, or else you wouldn't be here. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate seeing all of you. So I got here in 1977. I know there's some old timers in the audience tonight, and back when that first general plan was approved in 1970, 53 years ago, there were 34,000 people living in the city. Now there's 124,000. Back then the city was growing in population. Now we're declining. Back then there was 80% of vacant land to build on. Now there's 2% of developable land. The median age back then was 22. Now it's 44, twice that. We're an aging community. School enrollment was booming. Now it's declining. We were having a housing boom back then, almost considered to be sprawl. Now all we have left is infill projects, infill development to build on. And just to give you an idea how things have changed, I don't know if any of you know this, but back in 1970, there was supposed to be an airport built in Thousand Oaks called the Tierra Rajada Airport. Anybody knew that? Now it's it was in Newbury Park. Now it's our bioscience hub. So you can see how things have morphed. So those are the new realities. We were a growth city. Now we're kind of a maintenance, sustaining city. But, you know, we got a big challenge here in front of us. We can't stagnate. We've got to innovate. We've got to drive this city forward. And I'll tell you, I've been here a long time, and I got to say, over the past couple of decades, this city was really known as kind of an anti-growth city. But those attitudes are starting to change, and we are innovating. We have some great projects that have come forward. T.O. Ranch over there, where the old Kmart project was. The 1710 project on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. These are mixed-use projects. Santal, which 299 across from Tarantula Hill. So things are happening, but this general plan opens up a whole new vista of opportunities here in the city to guide us into the future. You know, it says right in the first paragraph, the most critical issue in the city is affordable housing. Our higher density housing is only 2% of the city, and mixed use is 0. It's so tiny, it's 0. And you listen to Matt, mixed use gives us the flexibility to build things in this city to move us forward. And I think this plan is just absolutely critical. Tinkering with the plan, I think it puts the city in too much jeopardy. I really think we've come too far now to start tinkering with the plan, and you know, Tracy and some of the other people talked about what those consequences would be. And as far as Borchard goes, Matt mentioned it's the only site in the city where we've actually identified some property characteristics in the general plan, calling for things like a park and compatibility, street connection, bicycle paths, floodplain mitigation, buffers, et cetera, et cetera. And if the project ever does come forward on Borchard, it's going to have to go through a whole series of steps. An EIR, an environmental impact report, is going to have to be generated. It's going to have to go through staff, through the planning commission, through the city council. So there's going to be intense scrutiny for that to happen. But overall, I think we put together an incredible plan here. You know, reading through this thing, breaking down these elements, we identified the issue, then we talked about the goals and policies, and from there we went to how we would implement it. I mean, it's a fantastic piece of work, it really is. So with all that in mind, and thanking all the people that were involved in this over the last 4 years, I mean, for me, this is truly a community vision, not a city council vision, not a staff, it's a community vision. We were all involved with this thing. So, with that in mind, I would like to, in fact, move the adoption of the general plan. That would be 10A. And go ahead and also move the staff recommendations 1, 2, and 3. Did I get all that, Tracy?
Excellent. You did well on that one.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Engler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I think when we first started this process 5 years ago, I was on the council when we first started it. One of the things I asked for was I think I would use the word robust public outreach for finding out what the city wanted. As Councilmember Adam points out, it's not really our plan, it's the city's plan. We did, I think I asked the question the other day, we've had 70,000 hits on our website so far. We had hundreds of inputs from people via emails and mail. We had almost 50 public meetings about this, not counting council meetings and everything else. That's just going out into the public and asking people what they thought. So we had a very robust outreach, and the result is the plan. I want to read something from the general plan because I think it indicates how things have remained constant. And I don't mean the proposed general plan. This is the original general plan. Says the development plan calls for an increase in the amount of medium density and high density housing in the Conejo Valley. It would be located primarily at sites that are easily accessible and close to major centers of activities, along the Ventura Freeway and adjacent to shopping centers. Remarkable. That was written in 1970. And I don't see Chuck here anymore. Mr. Mayor Cohen helped write that. Our plan stays remarkably true to that. With that said, there's a lot of talk about what could be. And my crystal ball is getting foggier every year, I think. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what things are going to look like in 2030, 2045, when this plan should be revisited. The beauty of the plan we have proposed is that it kind of helps separate some of the facts from some of the could-bes. The fact is we need housing. Everybody, I think, agrees with that. We need housing. My own family, my son's sister-in-law tried to live here. She couldn't find anything. That was a year and a half ago. So I know personally the struggles that people have to find housing. The Chamber mentioned today about how, and the Chamber and also CLU mentioned today the struggles they have recruiting people to come here because of our lack of housing. We need housing. That's a fact. We also need to be sensitive to environmental challenges coming up, adjusting for climate change and all that, becoming more green. That's included in the general plan. Someone spoke, I think it was Mr. Rohrbach spoke about the cultural activities and having a plan going forward to address our art and throughout the community. So these are things that the general plan covers in a general way. There's one item that people in the area are very sensitive to, and that's the what are the effects of all this development going to do? I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do because if anybody can tell me the effects of rainfall on a now not parking lot at the mall, I'll be happy to talk to you about it. I don't know all these things that are going to happen. So because I don't know, I want to build in flexibility into the plan. The way you build in the flexibility going forward is the mixed-use approach that we have decided to go with. Mixed use gives developers and the city the ability to look at the conditions that exist at that moment and adjust the plan to it. I remember when we talked about the IMT property at Kmart. We talked about what it could be. We had a specific idea what was going to happen there. But the flexibility of having it as mixed use gave us the ability to tell them to go forward and then come back to us with a plan. When we told them that, it barely passed our council. Almost did not go forward. But because we allowed it to go forward, they came back with us with a plan that passed 5-0 at the council. It was a way to adjust along as we made the progress toward a plan to be able to adjust to it. Mixed use will allow us to do that going forward. This plan mentions mixed use, I don't know, 100 times throughout the document. With that, I think, and I've thought a lot about this in the last couple of weeks, I would support your
Mr. Newman. You're pointing to which direction, Mr. Newman?
Councilmember Taylor wants to speak first.
So I
It's
guess
okay with me.
you just became the mayor. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor, go ahead.
So I guess I'll start with this. I spoke to our past mayor, Andy Fox, a few weeks ago because I wanted to get some information on just Measure E and him being kind of, one of the big, would you say authors or?
The author.
Helpers in it. I spoke to him about that. And in our conversation, he brought up just, what change looks like. And he was specifically talking about Dos Vientos and telling me past stories about, what that process was like. And there's times in which change can be difficult. And what I told him was, one, I didn't even realize he was a part of it. But two, if that change never would have happened, my parents would have never moved here. If my parents wouldn't have moved here, I wouldn't have gone to school here, wouldn't have friends here, the skateboarding career never would have happened, I wouldn't be here today. So I was blessed by that we had the community add a little bit of space for new housing. As we talk about the general plan, even going beyond real estate, if we're talking about just what it does, somebody mentioned on staff earlier, untapped investment. I think a good way to look at it is, somebody was mentioning flexibility. As we look at what's happening, throughout the nation, we saw what happened with Kmart being vacant for so long. We have a lot of big box retail it's dying. And you have owners that aren't able to fill these spaces with operators. We have a project here. I mean, I got to be careful with how I say this, but maybe a potential real life example could be Kohl's. Right? What's Kohl's going to look like 5, 7, 10 years from now? And without a general plan, we're flying in the dark. So what I do like about it on that end is giving options for some of this real estate to not go vacant like Kmart did and be able to turn it into something in need. I really like that side. I think it's going to add a lot of, economic growth or kind of adding to our local economy will be solid. No, when it comes to housing, look, is the general plan perfect? No, of course not. I think it's a good general plan. If we're talking specifically about Borchard, this is a property that I know intimately. This is going to be a little bit of TMI, but I was shot with a BB gun by Cal Kling when I was a kid in there. Fast forward 30 years from now, my wife and I walk our kids from our house to the park and over to Alamo once a week. It's kind of become a little family tradition. This is my neighborhood as well. I spent the last 10 months speaking to residents about this property specifically. I've been to Lori's house twice. I speak to Karen pretty frequently over the last 10 months. I've done as much as I can to gather as much info as possible from what my residents are feeling and comparing it to my concerns. I share a lot of the same concerns. Fred Fukunaga, tell me I nailed that, was that right? Traffic and quality of life, that's a big one. I want that to remain as well. We heard traffic multiple times here today. Scott Horn gave me a presentation about his concerns on flooding issues. I share those concerns. Now, somebody mentioned scare tactics and not wanting to make decisions based on fear. I'm 100% with you on that one. I don't want to make decisions based on fear either. You know, my business, my current business, we're an investment firm. And all we do all day long is assess risk. That's what it is. We look at potential return, but we're really assessing risk. It's been my framework on how I've made decisions for the last decade. My industry also being commercial real estate, I am very concerned about the developer's remedy or the builder's remedy only because I'm seeing it happen in front of me. To think that I know intimately of an issue in my industry and the liability that could open up for our community, if that were to happen, I'm not sure I could get past that one. If I made a decision that opened that up, that would be, it would be catastrophic for my personal being. I'm very, very concerned about that. I know that's not going to be the answer that some people want to hear. What I will say publicly, and I want to make this statement known. I hope that I've shown over the last 10 months that I absolutely want to bring everyone in when making decisions. If a project is ever brought to us on this property, I will not make this decision alone. I will bring everyone in, make sure that it does not challenge all of the concerns that, you know, if I were to stack up over the last 10 months, I would say traffic is a big one. I would say evacuation has come up frequently, flood issues, quality of life, you know, maintaining our character. These are concerns I have as well. So I just want to let everyone know, if that happens, I will bring everyone in and rally with you to make sure that a project fits our community. With that said, I do believe that this is a solid footprint for where we're headed. I think it will benefit our city over the next 20 years significantly. And I can't wait, God willing, to watch what happens over the last 20 years as I remain a resident in this community.
Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin by thanking everyone who has participated in this process, who came here tonight, who has been at many, many meetings throughout this whole process. The most important thing is not what staff does or what we do. All power in this country, in the supreme law of our land, the Constitution, its very first three words is vested in we the people. And I am grateful, regardless of how you feel about this, and there are strong feelings on various sides of this. I'm grateful for all of you and what you said. And I think it may come as a surprise to some of you that whether we agree or disagree, I have agreed with almost everything that was said tonight on all sides of this issue. There are many statements that were made by very many people from diverse backgrounds. And regardless of where we land on this, I love that. It's great that we as a community treat one another with care and respect, and this is how we deal with it. This is how we form a community. I want to say and call out a couple of comments in particular. I agree with former Mayor Price, who noted that we are voting tonight on the general plan. We are not voting on the Borchard parcel. This is not a referendum on the Borchard parcel. This is a citywide plan. I'm a little bit annoyed that it has taken up this much oxygen in what is properly a citywide discussion, but I'll come back to that in a minute. This is a citywide plan, and there is a lot in here that I like, and it wouldn't have been as good as it is without all the input from you, the people. So thank you. I also want to thank Ramey & Associates, and especially our staff. I know we have agreements, we have disagreements, we work together sometimes, We always do it with the utmost respect for their professionalism, their courtesy. We are incredibly lucky to have a staff as competent and as deep as we do here. So I just want to acknowledge that as being part of the process here. There was a comment made during the Planning Commission hearing, and I've tried to review every single iteration of the various updates of the general plan from 1970 through today. I've tried to attend every single meeting I can on this, and I watched the entire Planning Commission meeting multiple times. So kudos to Chair McMahon for running a good meeting at that. There was a comment made at the end of that this process represents 4 years of exhaustive meetings with the entire community. And I think that's partly true, but there is one constituency that was not consulted, and that's the voters. And whether we like it or not, Measure E is the law of the city. It is the law on the books. And I know Councilmember Taylor, my colleague, raised Mayor Fox before. And I want to quote something that Mayor Fox said in his cover letter to Measure E when it was adopted in 1996. He said, and I'm not quoting directly, so apologies if I don't get the quote exactly right, but his words were something on the order of, this law puts all future decisions about land use in Thousand Oaks in the hands of you, the people. And yet, there has never been a vote of Measure E in the nearly 30 years of its existence. And maybe some of you are wondering why I'm going on and on and on and asking staff this whole thing about commercial acreage and square footage and all of that. It's not, I don't care like this number or that number. That's not why I'm asking. I'm asking because the reason that we are doing this is not to go over, not to trigger a limit where all of this would be subject to a vote. And whether we like it or not, that was baked into this from the beginning. I'm not putting a value judgment on that, but I'm saying there was never at any point a discussion during this process of actually having, never a serious discussion anyway, of taking this to the voters. And it's only the biggest thing we've done in Thousand Oaks in 50 years. So I'm a little concerned about that. My colleague, Councilmember Engler, noted in a recent meeting, we had another case, and this had to do with stop signs in a residential neighborhood. And we had a policy that mandated that stop signs had to go everywhere, but we voted unanimously. We said, no, that's a silly idea to put stop signs at every single cul-de-sac. We all agreed that that was a silly idea. But Councilmember Engler raised the point, correctly in my view, that when we have something on the books and we then don't follow it, that's a problem. And I agree with it. I agree with that. So I'm not raising this issue about how we do accounting with mixed-use designation as an academic exercise. I'm raising it as a legal concern. We have this law on the books, and I'm making a value judgment in stating this. I'm not imputing anyone's motives here. I am saying this has the effect of subverting or doing an end run. That's not the right word, but it is the effect of not triggering a Measure E vote. And I'm not saying we should go back and start from scratch. We're not going to have a vote. I think there can be ways for this to proceed without triggering a vote. I think there can be ways for this to be compliant with Measure E, but I don't think that the current method is in compliance with that because of this difference in accounting methods. So that's why I'm raising that. So not looking at the law in the book, not bringing this to the people is my first concern. My second concern, and I hope I can address this briefly, is about the Borchard property, the Borchard parcel. And I've heard multiple people who are both for and against development of this. And I've had many, many conversations about this with people on all sides of this, with different concerns or different things they think will be benefits. And the shorthand for the controversy over this property has been, oh, it's just a bunch of NIMBYs in the neighborhood around that parcel who don't want it developed. Well, I'm sorry, but that construction, that framing of the issue is simplistic, it is reductionist, and it is wrong. There are other valid considerations besides people who say, there are certainly people who say, we don't want any building ever. And I want to say something first to that crowd, that, no, let's just stop development. We need a better answer than that. I completely agree with Councilmember Engler about the need for more housing, with Councilmember Taylor about this being a good place for families. And some of you have made comments like that. We need to do that. We just stopping and standing still and saying, we're just going to freeze ourselves in Lucite in 1996 and never do anything again, that's not an answer. Jackson Piper, who commented tonight, and I have had many discussions about this, and he made a point years ago, which I agree with, that if we don't do anything, then in 10 years, we're going to be a giant leisure village. And that's not an answer either. So I don't think, as a matter of policy, it is prudent for us to just say, no, we're not going to do anything. On the other hand, I do have multiple legitimate concerns about how we're going to develop the Borchard property, or if we do. It is a floodplain. The county has a floodplain easement on it and has had since before the current owner owned the property. The county stated in 2021 there's 250 acre feet. The detention basin on the property needs to hold 250 acre feet in a 36 acre property, which is something like 81 million gallons, and in theory, if there's a 100-year flood, something like 6 feet of water over the entire property. Now, can that be mitigated? Yes. With the appropriate number of engineers and dollars, yes, it can be. As an engineer, I know that any problem any amount of something can be moved somewhere else. I think there are real questions about whose dollars those are, whose liability that is, and those are discussions we would need to have as we move forward to develop this. So I want to reassure people that we are going to have those conversations when and if there's a project brought to us. And same with all the other concerns. There are multiple people have raised traffic concerns, including Councilmember Taylor. I have the same concerns. I go to Ventura a lot, and I sit in traffic all the time in Newbury Park, not in Oxnard or Camarillo, in Newbury Park, because that's already quite a congested area, so that's a concern. We unfortunately have a growing number of wildfires here, and public safety is a concern, always. The existing residents of this area need to have safe egress and ingress from that area. And that's something we need to address as part of this. So there's public safety concerns. So in my opinion, it's very problematic to proceed with an up-designation of this parcel without much more clarity on flood control, on public safety, on traffic, on legal liability. I have big questions around all of those. And I also have big questions about, there's another framing that I think is a false narrative. And that's anytime I hear the words, there is no alternative, I'm really allergic to that because I've heard it before and it's never true. And some of the discussion around the builder's remedy possibility and we can't change anything has that quality to it. And first of all, we have changed things in the past. There is precedent for this. When this council voted on the Western Plateau, there was a controversial piece of that And the council's decision, wisely, was to pull out that controversial part, approve the rest, and then fix the part that was controversial. So it's not the case that we can't do this, or we've never done it. There's even a precedent that we have. So my preference would be to take the units that are on the Borchard property parcel as now, reallocate them somewhere else, approve the whole thing, because I agree we need to move forward, but the state is telling us we can do that. It doesn't touch our RHNA numbers, which is what we're concerned about with the housing element, because there are no RHNA numbers on the Borchard property. So I would favor doing that. I think that's a more conservative and a more prudent approach, given the concerns we're going to have to deal with down the road with regard to flood control and public safety and traffic and legal liability and all of that. And then there's also the statement that was made, well, if we don't do this, we're going to get sued. And what I would urge all of you to consider is the same possibility of being sued, but if we flip the roles. If we proceed tonight with voting to approve this as is, there's also a probability or possibility that we could be sued. Like if any of these issues I've raised turn out to be showstoppers, we could also face a suit because we would have decided tonight to proceed by giving a green light with this land use designation, and someone could come back later and say, hey, wait a minute, you said it was okay to proceed, and now you're telling me I can't ever build here. And that's a possibility too. So it's not, the liability and the threat of a lawsuit, it doesn't all go one way. There are always risks in every possible option. I know many people here have talked about affordable housing. I want affordable housing too. I'm the one I've been banging my fist on the dais at almost every housing hearing we've had saying, do more on the affordable side. There was a statement made by one of the speakers that we're not meeting our RHNA numbers, and that's only partly true. We do really, really well at luxury housing. We made 614% of our quota in the previous RHNA cycle. The problem is we only made 3% of our low-income quota during that same period. And that's a problem. We're not doing enough to produce affordable housing. If I believed that what we are doing here, including the Borchard parcel, would actually address our affordability issue, I would support it. But I don't have evidence to support that, so I don't believe that. I further look at mixed use. It's supposed to help. There's some retail, there's mostly residential. Well, what happens inevitably with the mixed-use projects we've seen is the residential part fills up right away, and it takes a long time, if ever, to fully fill out the retail part. And that's not all mixed use's fault. I mean, retail was hurting before that, but that's an issue. So I'd ask all of you to ask the question, is mixed use really the panacea that we think it is? I'm not sure that it is. I'm not sure any of this has a greater effect on getting more affordable housing built. I think easier access to money, lower construction costs, that would get more housing built. I'm not sure how much this would. So anyway, to sum up, because I don't accept there is no alternative, I think there are better ways than what's being proposed here. I want to support this. There's a lot in the general plan I like. And I would support it if we would redesignate the Borchard parcel back to its previous land use designation, and then have a separate and in-depth conversation on that and see, does it actually support this before we get ourselves in some trouble by just declaring, oh yeah, we'll sort all that out later. So I can't support the motion as it's made. I would support all of the rest of the general plan, which I think has a lot of great stuff in it. but only with that change. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll be brief. The general plan was first established in 1970. Some over 50 years later, we're now coming up with the second version of the general plan, which will track out hopefully the next 20, 25 years for the city. I refer to Thousand Oaks as the gem of California, where everyone wants to live here, and that's a tribute to those that have gone before this council and this mayor. And the city staff that we have today, as well as in previous years, are incredibly talented, and we enjoy what they have done here to create this wonderful city we call home, called Thousand Oaks. This program, this general plan, is over a 4-year process. Much extensive outreach was made to get public input. We looked at existing conditions, listening and envisioning through workshops, committee meetings, stakeholder interviews, focus groups, long-term visioning. We had a general plan advising committee, community engagement, including a general plan advisory committee, community workshops, pop-up workshops. We have community forums, surveys, focus groups, community outreach. A lot of outreach was made, a lot of input from the community was made to get this to where it is today. It's a lot of work, and I wish to thank city staff for doing so. This is, again, Matt Ramey, Kristen Rice, Ian Holt, and Calvin Parker, and your team. Thank you so much for doing such a magnificent job bringing it to this point. Tremendous amount of work, a lot of hours went into it. Thank you so very much for bringing it to this point here for us. I would like to say that tonight we had over 200 people here in the audience. We had 57 public comments. We had over 400 written statements, both online and in person, given to us here for our consideration. I would like to say thank you again for being civil, allowing other people to speak, to not be intimidated. And that is much appreciated. And your input is always very valuable, and we look forward to your participation in the future. With that, we have a motion on the floor and by Councilmember Adam, and I'm going to call on our city clerk, Laura. Would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
No.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Newman voting no.
Excellent. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Drew Powers. Actually, let's go to City Attorney first, if you want.
I
City
think we
Manager?
have, do we have? does
We have
Bob
another
a-
item.
Yeah, we
the
got one more
NLC.
item.
Oh, one other item.
Yeah.
Oh, we get to talk about National League of Cities.
Yeah, briefly.
But do me a favor, everyone, as you're leaving, we do have some city business here. Please be quiet as you exit, and thank you very much for being here. So, okay, National League of Cities, yes. Item 15, Councilmember Engler, do you want to share a little bit about what happened?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you to the citizens for sending and seeing the value in sending us to represent the city across the country.
Councilmember, thank you for waiting for a few moments
Yeah,
while
thank you.
everyone exits who wishes to leave now. Okay. What do you think, Mr. Engler? Are you, is it quiet enough? I think we can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as I was saying, I want to thank the community for sending us out and representing the city across the country on our National League of Cities. Again, we learned lots of things. I just want to bring back one item. I am on the Public Safety Committee there. Public safety across the country is challenged in many ways. Recruiting is maybe, and retention is perhaps the hardest thing that people are working against. But also in public safety, we're looking at trying to get mental health specialists to ride along with our police officers. We're also looking for mental health interventions for our first responders. It's been an ignored area of treatment for our first responders. More and more, we're starting to talk about wildfire fuel reductions, protecting areas from the wildland interface. And then one thing that is kind of something that most people don't realize is that for Medicare, Medicare does not always pay for ambulance. And that's one thing that we're asking the federal government to do. The most innovative thing that we're looking at, though, and reflects both the recruitment and retention, is trying to come up with a way to get a GI Bill type housing allowance for first responders. Treat them the same as our heroes in the who are in the military, and that's a long-term effort that we're making at our Public Safety Committee. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I just will add that one of the best aspects of going to the National League of Cities, as well as the California League of Cities, is seeing what other cities are doing to address the challenges that are facing all of us and bring back creative solutions here to the city. It's one that other cities here in the area do not participate in such conferences, and to their loss but our benefit. So it's a time well spent, and it was very, very tiring, but it was very productive for us. So with that, I would like to acknowledge we have no public speakers on this topic. That's correct, all right. I'd like to ask if there's any council discussion on this. All right, I'd like to look for a motion.
I believe it's just a receive and
It's
file.
a motion to receive the report, yes.
Move to accept.
And it's not related to CEQA. It's not a CEQA
Excellent.
project.
So, Madam Clerk, will you call the vote?
Councilmember Engler?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam?
Yes.
And Mayor McNamee?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now we can go back to what I jumped the gun here a little bit. City Manager Drew Powers, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor McNamee. This was effectively our last business meeting of the calendar year, as we will be back next week on the 12th for our annual reorganization meeting. That will be a week from tonight at 6 p.m. I just want to highlight for the public that our first business meeting of the new year, 2024, will be on the 16th of January. Right now, our marquee item will be a department report on our navigation center project out in the Rancho Conejo area off Lawrence Drive.
Thank you. Until next Tuesday, December 12th, we stand adjourned.